Hello and welcome. It's Cometh the Fall, episode 69. Dance with the Devil. Hello, everybody. Hello, Zebus, Lurker, Ruffian, Prostar, Wolfmaster, Rebuilt, Skull Throne, Mystic, Zun, Jablain, Cody, Ghoul, Ranker, AA Killer, Ninja King, hello, first time chatter, Couchbound, Chris, Tactipoke, Jammin, Mackie, Anubis, Golbez. Hello, everybody. Hello, Joshy. Hopefully you all have been having a fantastic Friday. I know I have. And I am very excited. Indeed I am, Ruffian. Indeed I am. Also, Sizzle. Thank you very much for the raid, brother. Skull Throne. Thank you very much for the resub for 8 months. Incredibly kind of you. I am slowly evolving. Soon my might will be seen by all. Your might's been seen by all. Everybody, Skull Throne. Your arts are, your maps are sick as fuck, brother. Hello, Hale. It always scared me a bit when a DM is excited.
Understandable.
We are giving the players a moment to get themselves situated, and then we're going to hop right in. Guido! Thank you very much for the 18 months, brother. Incredibly kind of you. Thank you for sticking around for so goddamn long. It does mean a lot, so thank you. Hydrate very well. I will say that despite my eagerness, I am in fact incredibly nervous. Whew, okay, we should be good to go ahead and transition over. Perfect. You will notice beneath me the cast, all of our friends and companions whom you've come to love. You will notice behind me the void. Currently bereft of life, as you all chat, as you all talk, your words will be recorded behind me in perpetuity for all future VOD watchers and all future YouTube watchers. If you have anything you would like to say to your future self, now is the time to say it. Can't wait for the Dryad Matriarch to show up and beat Alaric's ass. Just maybe, Ruffian. We're going to tell our players that we're unmuting. And then we're going to go from there. What's your YouTube? It's currently... I have to make a little command for it. I keep forgetting. But it's there on the channel info and like the about section. All right. Let's unmute. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
How is everybody doing tonight?
I took a frustration nap. Now I'm good.
Oh,
I couldn't get out my our ISP to be nice, so I just took a frustration nap.
understandable. Just grr.
Yes.
Fucking
Essentially
cocks.
The dog's watching you like, hey, you girl. Is everything all right?
It's like Sandy sleeping for hibernation. I'll kill Dirty Dan.
It was.
Well, hello. Welcome. It's episode 69 of Cometh the Fall, Dance with the Devil. What we're going to do is we're going to go down the line. You're going to introduce your character. Tell us a little bit about who you are, who you're playing. Once we reach the very end, we're going to figure out who recounted last week and who's going to recount this week. We're going to start with Alaric.
What's up? It's me, Alaric.
Yes.
Jesus.
Introduce your character.
Oh, fuck.
Oh my god.
I am Alaric, born in Karim. I was raised in the Southlands, however, in Rofield. A half-elf, but what there is of me elven I've yet to find. Never mind that. I am Tirosi. And I love this land, its people. Every man, woman, and child in its many woods, its hills, its mountains, is my brother, my sister, my son and my daughter. It is a love that runs as deep as the roots of its mightiest oaks, as constant as the rivers that carve its endless valleys. And upon my honor, and that of my home, of the name Crowayne, and the great black raven that soars, we will save it.
Hello, I'm Ashilda Ironhands. I am a scribe wizard as well as an arcana cleric. I've found myself traveling with these people now to this fairly unsettling tree, or well, it was at least the last time we were here. Just trying to help out and trying to hunt that thing that Reynold sent us after. But hopefully there's not too many complications along the way, because I do have goals of my own. I want to try and make a magical transport system, and I also want to gain entry into the Order of the Eye, and see if I can't better Tyros a different way. But we'll see how everything comes about as I travel along, and hopefully not die along the way, because that would be mighty inconvenient.
I play Kellen Aldane. He's a variant human ranger and part-time smartass. Also a member of the Grey Watch, the militant organization that hunts and protects the wilderness from monstrosities and other creatures. Having been traveling with them for quite some time, his main goals seem to be to protect Tyros from bad things and try and get back to reporting on all of the horrible stuff happening in the Southlands and try to keep the party alive in the meantime.
Hello, I play Morana Lamordia, a level 6 Dampier rogue, and something known as a spirit caller, with my strange ability to contact the dead in my time of need. I hail from the distant province of Vinheim, in a place known as Malgrove, which stands between the sages of Vinheim and the darkness that encroaches from the Grimwald. Heir to a legacy of stalwart defenders and monster hunters, I have found myself here in the Southland, engaging on hunts for creatures that are disrupting the normal the normal ecology of this area, as well as proving a substantial threat to the people who live here.
Hi, I'm Momo, and I play Silril von Ashford, daughter of House Ashford, this one blades. I'm a level 6 high elf draconic warrior who finds beauty in every battle. And I would lay my life on the line for those I care for. I endeavor to seek truth, to uphold the ideals of Tyros. Alongside my companions, I will stop at nothing to find out how we can make a change in the earth and more. Be that change before it is too late.
Hello, I am Sizzle Bacon, and I play Yiriazaidi, the level 6 aberrant sorcerer. Level 4, with 2 levels in Hexblade. I am a human from the distant lands of Caresso, the continent of elves. If that doesn't confuse you enough, I come from a province in that area called Shademore, a backward and dreary place known for violence, criminal importing, and, well, the massive wood that lies between the valleys of that place. Ominous, dangerous, and filled with rumors, stories, and hags. Traveling from such a place, I have spent a long time to get to this continent of Tyros, the place where my ancestors are rumored to have emerged from to arrive at Shademore. Either as refugees, explorers, it is unknown, and I intend to find out, to bring back the one piece of information that my father knows very little about. That quest, my mission here, has been abhorrently derailed, as I have instead found myself amongst converts turned friends. Fellow members of this now burgeoning adventurers party, who have taken upon themselves to defend the people of at least Elion's tier and surrounding lands, the people who took us in and fed us after we had escaped with very little but our lives from Haynes Keep. As for myself, well, besides paying a debt we owe to Guinevere and Gelt, I myself seek to avenge the sins that have been done against me by this mouth and her Iron Duke. I don't know why they insisted on imprisoning me, but I know what I intend to do to reap the vengeance I am owed.
Thank you. Who recounted last time we played?
I believe I did.
Siluro. Please pick somebody to recount for this week.
Would anyone like to volunteer?
I would.
Oh.
Or
Alright.
you would.
DM. I pick you. Swan.
Four months. 4 very long months. Like their shadow, I have followed. Every step, every time they have walked, every time they have slept. There was a time once, perhaps when I first met them, when I understood potential. But now, as they've unraveled everything I've done, every monster I've made, every creature I've turned, every beast I've slain, thwarted. Not by heroes, but by squabbling nobles. If only he had listened, they would still be in that prison, in that Bastille he favored so much. Nothing more than bloated corpses. But he didn't. Like a disobedient dog, he didn't. Instead, they've been free, gallivanting through the countryside, ruining plan after plan. No more. As they left the spires, I watched. I listened to how they talk, how they attempted to share in some modicum of camaraderie with one another, with those harpies. How they marched along the coast. So happy, so full of life. It disgusts me. And as they happen upon this Elid tree, I've had enough. The approaching footfalls that join you as you walk give form to a yawning shadow. Raven black hair pulls along their back. Their garb so dark it absorbs what little light there is. As they turn to you, stepping backwards in step with you, you would see it on their face. That familiar gem that rests in the center of their forehead. As if having just appeared, the blink of an eye, you would hear one word. Halt. We are going to map transition. With her hands outstretched to her side, the word halt resonates. A word of power. I need you all to roll wisdom saving throws. Alaric, you have advantage because you are a half-elf.
Okay.
Nice. Okay. It would be Marana and Shane. The word of power buffets you like a force. Those of you that stride forward or stop feel this wave of compulsion, this clawing, grasping thing at the back of your mind. As it attempts to take hold in all of you, save for two, it finds no purchase. But still, you would hear the command all the same for those that did fail. Marana and for Shane. Return back to Elion's.
I think Kellen's response, having passed the check by the skin of his teeth, be to just deploy the recurve link weapon and knock an arrow and aim it.
DM, does it look like Marana and Shane are listening?
You would see the sort of rigidness that would fall across two of your companions. The rest, acting of their own free will, you would see Kellen deploy the recurve bow. But you would see Marana and Shane begin to turn. This very wide, this sort of very prominent grimace on the mouth's face.
Right. So, feeling that wave of power, the sort of relaxed sensation as they traveled, would quite rapidly evaporate as the footfalls occur, and then almost a cold hatred bubbling in Yuria as she sees the source of all her woes, the mouth, and is immediately assaulted by her quite obvious a spell that tries to take a hold. Knowing her tricks at this point, she would subtle cast Calm Emotions, a slight tilt of her helmeted head, and a slight glitter of power. But no voice or movement of hands to signal the casting of her spell across her whole party.
Okay. Go ahead and spend the resources. Present the card, please.
All right. So subtle, quite simply, no somatic or verbal components, and calm emotions.
Just because I have to ask, Marana, are you resisting?
I mean, I'm just turning away. So I guess not. I'm just walking my way. She hasn't physically stopped me.
Okay. As Yuria quickly casts Calm Emotions, that wave of compulsion over you is stifled. You would feel, already having turned in the motion, stop. As would Shane. Looking back, you would see the mouth in their current state. You would see how the edges of their clothes sort of have this black wisp to them. You would note as well that their hand extended out slowly curls. Seeing all of you sort of resist the effect, her hand would fall to its side. And as it does, the motion in that same movement sort of causing the black sort of cloak that she wears to billow momentarily. You would see along her, along her side, resting in a scabbard, the sort of very prominent glint of a blade. And as she sort of relaxes her hand down, sort of staring at all of you, seeing that knocked bow, seeing Marana and Shane, the two that she had managed to suggest now resisting it, she would sort of let her head fall back. And as she takes a step back, you would watch as she vanishes. Sort of each step that she takes, sort of appearing and disappearing, as you would hear her voice. You have been nothing but a nuisance.
Stop moving.
She pauses for a moment. Oh,
Cyril looks around everybody. She's walking away.
she would bring her hands to the side. I have no intentions of running.
That would be a first.
Do we see this thing on the ground here?
Absolutely.
Cyril just kind of gestures to it.
I see it.
Hold person.
Ooh. Bit of a thing, though. I looked at your spell book. You don't have whole person prepared.
I didn't switch him out before I woke up. Fine. In that
Oopsie-doodle.
case, fine. In that case, Scorching Ray.
Huh?
Okay.
We're done talking. We're now
We
killing.
are done talk. All right. It's
Damn.
initiative.
All right.
Give me just a moment. Having stopped now, her hands presented to the side, her palms supinated. A shield that your scorching ray goes off. Go ahead and let me see it.
3rd level. All right, and then I got to do it again. That one would not. And then I have 2 more.
How many rays?
Create 3 rays of fire, hurl them at a target within range. I cast it at 3rd, so I get an additional 1.
Okay, let's see 3 more.
You cast the spell. Slot above.
16 misses.
And I got 1 more. Why did it not go up?
You burn all your spell slots.
That wouldn't hit either.
Didn't you say it's 4 rays? I only see 3.
That's 3, 4. Yeah, so it should be 4, right?
Okay.
Unless Scorching Ray is a 3rd level spell. I don't believe it is, right?
No,
It
she
is not.
cast it at 3rd level, so I think that's why it
Okay.
says that.
First one hits. Last one hits. You would note as the rays fly off, she would sort of bring her hand up, sort of deflecting one of them, the other two striking against her. And as it does, you would watch her sort of pause for a moment, sort of raise both of her brows at you, and then push her hand to the side, the cloak sort of billowing now. You would watch in that same gesture the pommel of the blade shudder and then pull itself out of the sheath.
That's for the children of the fair, you cunt.
All right. It's initiative.
So So it is.
Go ahead and roll.
I would like to add my alacrity stone.
Go ahead and roll a d4. Okay, that becomes a 19.
I all didn't roll right because I'm dumb. Or something. But I can't make it do it right because I don't know.
Okay.
I'll fix it in a second. Looks like I just rolled again. That'll be fine.
What's the matter, Kellen?
Oh, it didn't roll my initiative correctly because it's supposed to be 2d20 plus 4. Then it's supposed to pick the highest, but the formula is apparently.
Go ahead and roll another initiative roll.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Here, let me reset your initiative.
I don't know why it didn't do that, but it's fine. I'll just do it.
I don't want to reset. I can just hit the re-roll initiative button for you.
Yeah, because it's not letting me do it.
Sure. Looks like you got a 21.
Oh, well, that works then. That's weird.
Okay. Top of initiative, Kellen.
Well, I guess if we're killing, then I guess we're killing. First thing we'll do is we'll use the Hunter's Mark as a bonus action. 1. Hey, it works. That's awesome. It still rolls damage, but whatever. Don't care. And then we're off to Pincushion mode. Pincushion Town. So 2 arrows, just thunk, thunk.
Let's see it.
Plays nice today. 21.
21 hits.
Nice. Get arrowed. Get arrowed again. Ooh, 12. Doubtful.
12 misses. Your first one would deal Colossal Slayer because she was already hit.
That is true.
I don't know if chat will be able to see this, but for you guys.
Oh no.
Well, she took some damage.
Let's see Colossal Slayer.
Yes. Colossal Slayer. Ooh, I can just roll it now? That's cool.
Okay.
And then
Additional
Hunter's
6.
Mark. And then Hunter's Mark does what? A d6? Yeah, 1d6. Right, 1d6. Is there? I thought there was something else. I don't want to be weird and forget something and be like, "Oh, I'm stupid." And she's not like a monstrosity or an aberration or anything.
She is an aberrant.
Oh, well then there. Yeah, that's why I asked these things, because that could be useful. I'm sorry. Muscles, damage rolls.
Like an extra 4 damage.
So 4 plus this. 2. So yeah, there you go. Good think.
Well, she's your favorite enemy, huh?
I mean, at this point, she should be everybody.
Like, we all gain that in our class features. Like, huh, I didn't know that was there.
Alright.
Favorite enemy, Mouth of the Iron Duke.
Anything else
On
in your
her
turn?
screen, it popped up a foe had entered.
Yeah. Your
A
foe
nemesis
has
was
entered.
gained.
Yeah, you gained an enemy. Like, no kidding. I think, unless I am completely stupid. Just double check. You ignore your first turn. On your first turn during combat, you have advantage on attack rolls against creatures that have not yet acted. But I think she kind of acted with that weird gemmy thing. I don't know, unless that means a turn. It's up to you.
Oh. A little far in to do the retrograde stuff, brother.
I mean, I could advantage out one of the missed attack, I guess, but...
Let's see it. Pointer hits.
Alright, well, we'll just add 10 and then you're done.
Okay. Perfect.
At the end of my turn. Wow, why did it leave a little silhouette thing? That's neat.
You're going to go to the bottom of the initiative tracker and hit end turn.
Oh, this is new.
Perfect. Before Silura's turn, on initiative count 20, her lair action goes.
Lair?
As the arrows and the scorching ray strike her body, wisps of black energy begin to bleed off of her. And as it does, it begins to manifest in the form of other creatures. A number of shades join the combat. Right on top of your ranger, no less.
Of course.
Silura.
Hey, real quick.
Yes.
Since we're both on the same initiative, would it be okay if I whispered to Siluriel in her turn?
Go for it.
Having cast Calm Emotions and seeing things escalate, Yuria would lean over to Siluriel. Keep them off me. She would whisper in this combat. I'm what's keeping us from walking back to Elion.
Silver will nod. She begins to pull her Zweihander forward, and I will use my bonus action to ignite it.
Understood.
You have caused so much pain. That will end here today. She will move to attack in a sweeping motion.
Let's see it. More than enough. In fact, let's see.
If I need more, I will use one of my draconic die.
I will let you know that these are minions. So you would be able to sweep through. Actually, you would kill the first one. No issue. It is not enough to overkill, I'm afraid.
How much would I need for overkill?
You would need to maybe re-roll those 2s that you rolled.
Oh, sick. I'll do that.
Okay, let's see it. That'd make it 11, 14. Still not enough.
How much would I need?
About 2 more points of damage to be able to overkill to the next one.
Yeah, I'll do that. Siluriel's calm emotions are there, but it is not enough to quell the dragon's rage that is inside of her. And so she will use a draconic die. Deal 8 more damage.
Okay. Striking through another shade. How do you overkill 2 of them?
On moving forward, and it is a quick motion. It is lightning fast as she rushes to them, and upon Yuria's request, the blade will move, slicing through whatever the greatest mass point these shades have.
Okay. Anything else on your turn?
I'll be making my second attack.
Perfect. Let's see it.
Go.
Literally evaporated. The radiant energy alone causing this shade, this figment of your imagination to cease to exist.
I see.
There's no such thing as overkilling a minion by itself, but that natural 20 just did it, so...
I like to imagine that she cuts through the first two, and then this rage boils this draconic anger from her boots and just the past and everything that she's seen, and it just hurls her blade through the last one without even any remorse. Not a care in the world for who this shade might have been before now.
Perfect.
She will move back to Yuria's side, their full movement, and instructs Shane to throw his javelin.
Perfect. Go ahead and make that attack roll.
Shane will be targeting this one here.
Who'd you ping, sir?
This one right here, so that it can hopefully arc through.
Okay. Actually, if he moved up, he could potentially get like a overkill through 3 of them.
And he will do so.
Perfect. Let's see that javelin throw. $15. Enough to destroy the first shade. It crackling against its form, causing the electricity to surge through this spirit before it suddenly vanishes. The javelin returning to his hands.
And Sora will call out this practice call that they have had, trying to buffet him and bring him back through their training. And he will move back to her side.
Perfect.
And that will be our turn.
Yuria.
Game of minds.
Actually, Yuria,
Uh-oh.
you in particular, why don't you roll me a history check? As she had pushed her cloak aside, as that blade drew itself to her hand, there is something oddly familiar about this weapon she wields.
Witch tooth.
As it drew itself to her hand, it left behind bleeding cosmos. This is Arcturus, the Sword of Stars.
Oh boy. Yeah, there's this like moment where she seems ready to attack, and then she sees the blade into sort of a double take as there's this like flash of images, sort of locked away memory that was sort of dormant until the blade recognized it. That meeting of the Arcanist in Haynes Keep, the book he was reading, The Tooths. A tooth, she says, almost unbelievingly, and then she would say it again, louder. She has a tooth of the dragon.
Can I check that?
You can also roll me a history check. A tooth of the dragon. Stand by.
Just get Celeril's attention. What?
The teeth of the dragon. They are legendary elven blades crafted during the Age of Woe, when men and elves struggled against the ancient evils of the Betrayer gods, when all of their hope was channeled into these ancient blades. Crafted for the greatest elven sword masters and imbued with magics into the meteorite which they were crafted from, these beautiful weapons that show no time or wear inspire their wielders. She wields Arcturus, the Sword of Stars.
Would I know that?
You know what? Everybody just roll a fucking history check. How about that?
I mean, I just right now because I like some big swords
Wait.
and I like cool sword history and stuff like that.
Yuria prompting that. A shieldless mouth goes agape. Oh, you have to be shitting me?
Alaric would have heard of the myth of the teeth of the dragon. Silura would have heard of the myth.
Nope.
I mean, his dad went looking for one. I figured he'd know.
Kellen's looking for a dragon.
Fanciful weapons care very little in the Grey Watch. We prefer our steel proven and in our hands. A avid book reader as you are, Marana, you'd have absolutely have heard of the teeth of the dragon.
Beans.
Yuria, it's your turn.
All right. Ooh. Right now we're playing a game. The mouth. I do not want to be targeted as the spellcaster of the group. So, hopefully she doesn't already know that. Wait, what am I saying? Of course she already knows that. Fucking spellcaster. I'm gonna cast Eldritch Blast at the two wraiths over by Callan.
Okay, let's see it.
Okay, first one.
Let's go.
Second one.
Let's go, Warlock.
The two strikes swirling outwards, sort of avoiding Kellen and destroying the shades behind him.
Seeing her with this blade of stars, and the full moon no less, she will back away, taking perhaps the coward's approach, trying to remain out of range of this doom. The forest last time we were here were covered in sort of like don't touch me vines. Is that still the case?
Ooh, you can roll a perception check to try and see. Who knows what the mouth of the Iron Duke has done to these woods? Who knows?
All right. Who knows? Yeah. We're gonna sort of move on back, kind of behind Siluril a little ways. Sort of taking a few steps back, almost as if she herself was,
Where are you going?
I don't want to get AoE'd. Yeah, almost as if she herself was returning to Elion. Alright, that'll be my turn.
Understood. Hit the end turn button at the bottom of the initiative.
Oh fuck.
Okay. The mouth of the Iron Duke, having drawn, Arcturus would gently place her hand along the haft of the blade, sort of bringing it up and placing a kiss against it. You would watch that black energy that sort of bleeds off of her body begins to take a more transformative appearance. You would watch as she almost becomes incorporeal. You would see the energy becoming much more prominent, this negative flood that is beginning to bleed into the air around her. You would see that her feet lift off of the ground as she channels necrotic powers into her body. She becomes a wraith. For her bonus action, she is going to arc with the blade, giving it a flourish through the air, and as she does, it leaves behind these stars. She would pluck one from the cosmos, and she will use Unholy Union. She is going to summon an actual wraith. Within 30 feet of the Iron Duke, she's going to summon the Ironbound Wraith right in front of the party. You would watch as she plucked the star and cast it forward, and you would hear the word, obey. And as it does, that power reverberates. Rising from the shadows, an iron-bound wraith, joining in with its mistress. She would step forward. And as she does, one hand drawn out, pulling in energy towards her, she is going to use Soul Drain on Alaric.
Oh.
A 16.
Yeah, that hits.
Your soul rent by my hands. You take 12 points of necrotic damage. You are debuffed. As you've been hit by Soul Drain, you cannot gain hit points or regain hit points until the start of the Mouth of the Iron Duke's next turn. As well, she gains 6 temporary hit points. And as she strides forward, it is you, Alaric, that Arcturus is swung against.
Oh, very good.
A 27.
She misses.
Dealing 16 points of slashing.
Oh.
As it cuts through you, the cosmos tears at your body. You feel the cold of space and time. Immediately at the end of her turn, the Iron Wraith goes, and it is going to use Agonizing Touch against Marana.
That hit, yeah.
I need a Wisdom saving throw. As you take 19 points of psychic damage. You are dazed. A thing to note is that while you are dazed, at the end of your turns, you will make saving throws. If you fail to meet this saving throw, your hit point maximum is cut in half. It only goes away when you succeed. Each failure cuts your HPM in half again and again and again.
Yeah, fun times.
That is her turn. Marana, as a dazed creature, you can take an action, a bonus action, or your movement.
Well, I don't know what this is going to count as, but I'd like to raise the lantern at the end of the Banshee's light. And say, "My lady, Ciliana, she's here. Help us."
This sounds like a concordance roll. This will be your action.
It's gonna see if Lady Onwin answers our call.
Indeed. Attempting to contact Lady Onwin, summoning her to the fray. This will be your action, a D100 roll. With all that you have done and all that you have thwarted, I would say you are making this roll with a plus 20.
Damn, no spirit caller bonus?
That is part of your spirit caller bonus.
Alright, let's see.
Damn.
Hot
Oh,
damn.
shit.
Okay.
Oh my god.
She Marie's turn too.
Jesus.
Summon Lady Onwin for revenge.
She's
Yeah,
got
that's
friends
actually
on
sick.
the other side.
Spending your action beseeching Lady Onwin, the end of Banshee's light begins to glow. And as it does, you would watch the light within it begin to cover all of your companions, suffusing them in that crimson light. And you would hear it, distant at first before it grows louder and louder, the Banshee's wail.
That's so sick.
Emerging now at your side, Lady Onwin, the Lady of Mourning.
How fitting.
I will roll her initiative.
Ooh, it's vengeance time.
Okay. As she emerges out now, you would see an elven blade in her hand, the other finger outstretched towards Ciliana. Give me just a moment.
She's been waiting for this.
Your path of ruin ends here.
She has joined initiative.
Man.
However, Marana, you are still dazed. As that was your action, at the end of your turn, I need another wisdom saving throw. Success! You are no longer dazed, nor does your HPM get cut in half.
Ooh.
Okay. You also... That would be gone, and that would be gone. Okay. The Iron Shades go.
I'm white people happy.
Their movement speed, they have a fly of 50. They are going to join their mistress. 35, 40. Ooh. An unfortunate situation for the Ranger.
I mean, a common one.
It's still unfortunate.
Unfortunately common.
Okay. You still have 5 feet of movement, and you still have 5 feet of movement. Okay. The Shades go. They are going to make their life drain attack against Kellen. It's going to be a group attack, so they are all throwing their hat into the ring as a... Okay. 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 points of necrotic damage. I need a Constitution saving throw. You maintain concentration on Hunter's Mark. These three make their group attack against Shane.
Hey! Shoot!
My boy.
Shoot, shoot, shoot! Get out of here!
2, 4. That is a 14. That misses.
Just blowing in there.
And this one is going to be a singular attack against Alaric.
What?
Oh.
No, man. Hey,
8
man.
misses.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
At the start of Shielday's turn, the Mouth of the Iron Duke is going to use a villain action.
Fuck you.
Against who, I wonder?
You would watch her hand extending out, these clawed fingers now clutching at time and space, and as she rends through it, you would watch a sphere of spectral arms emerge from a point that she chooses. I need you all to roll me dexterity saving throws.
Oh no, my weakness!
No chill. I rolled twice because I vanished, you never know.
Okay. Shieldday is restrained. Marana is restrained. Shane is restrained. My man.
He rolled a 19.
You rolled a 2. You rolled an 18.
What? I clicked his first.
Alaric
That's
rolled a
weird.
20. Shane rolled a 2. You rolled an
I know,
18.
I see it now. I mean,
Huh.
I'm saying that I clicked his first. So I don't know how that... Because I saw the 18 first. My apologies.
That's all good. Shieldday, Marana, everybody else succeeds as grasping arms from the abyss attempt to take hold of all of you. Instead, they only find hold on 3 of you. Shieldday, you are restrained.
Okie dokie. Where is it? There it is. That's what I wanted. I'm trying to see how much this does, but it doesn't want to stay out for me, so give me a moment. I'm attempting to channel divinity. Turn undead. 30 feet.
Okay. As you turn undead, as you present your holy symbols of Athun and Baraltir, as they are within 30 feet of the mouth of the Iron Duke, the creatures will be rolling, the undead will be rolling their save at advantage for turn resistance. What is their DC they have to beat?
14.
14. A 14 what?
It is a 14. Question. Are they... What is their, hit die? Oh no, I can't destroy. Never mind. Wisdom saving throw. If the creature fails its saving throw, it is turned for 1 minute or until it takes any damage.
Okay, wisdom saving throw. I'm going to roll, I believe you're within range of all of the boys. Indeed, so I'm just going to roll once for the minions.
Oh.
Don't worry,
Let's go.
it's not high, their bonus. It's
Non-existent, in fact.
Let's go.
okay. They are all frightened.
But I know I'm restrained, but do I still have arm movement? Because I was going to put some flair on it.
Ooh, I mean, it's mostly grasping at you, sort of keeping you in place. So I'd say you're still able to flail your arms about.
Her little spectral chisel that she has. She flips it in her hand, and it actually extends to something bigger, to almost a double warhammer, and she strikes it into the ground, radiating out. It's a warhammer with both the symbols of Ithun and Moraltir.
Okay.
And it's just this pulse of energy like this.
Creature fails to stand for its turn for 1 minute. Spend
What
its
about
turn.
the ray?
I'm gonna roll for him. I was seeing if the minions do anything on their
okay.
turn. Can we spend it? Okay. And then he rolls his.
Oh,
He is also turned.
Yeah, spooky.
All right. Good action.
Gotta love clerics. Holy shit.
All right. Anything else on your turn?
That was an action, I believe. So as a bonus action, I'm gonna cast a spell on Alaric.
Dispel?
No, a spell on Alaric.
I also heard dispel.
For my bonus action, my boy is getting the electricity breath maximized again. At 3rd level.
Okay. The mouth of the Iron Duke is going to use Rend Current. As you attempt to cast that energy into the air, attempt to manipulate the primeval current, she would rake her hands through the air, severing its connection.
If the casting spell is 4th level higher. Okay.
It's counterspell.
Fuck this bitch.
Omega.
Alright, with that, I'm gonna move.
No, you're not. You are restrained.
Am I able to? I'm not able.
Your movement speed is 0.
Alright. So hopefully they all go away. And that's all.
Understood. Go ahead and hit end turn at the in the initiative tracker. Alaric.
Oh god, it's my turn, DM?
You rolled really low on initiative, which is very surprising.
Well, he had some spuds the other day, and it's been weighing him down.
Ah, that's right. Minus one to your
Yeah.
rolls. That's right.
Cards.
It's your turn.
Yeah, Alaric, sir, Alaric is going to rage. Alaric is going to rage. Let me post that for you so you know what it does. And let me put that cute filter on your boy. Yeah, Alaric rages. And with a primal roar that shakes the very earth, his features shift. Fur sprouts across his body, this wild, untamed mane of silver white flowing down his back, merging with the strands of his tattered clothing where the blade had cut through, then shredding through it, as though expanding the very wound. His face distorts into a fearsome visage, his maw elongating into the snarl of a mighty lion, revealing teeth as sharp as daggers. And in his eyes, as his body swells, is this feral hue that blazes and gutters with an untamed hunger long held for the blood of this woman. And we're going to attack.
Let's see it.
Endor takes its swing, recklessly.
Okay.
That's a 14, DM. Yeah?
14 misses.
Yeah, alright. DM, so I'd like to commit my other attack action to potentially shove Morana Lamortia 1 tile back. Could I do that?
Oh. I think you can shove away. I don't know if you can shove diagonally.
Just kind of like reaching back and going, wimp. No? Not a possibility?
Let me double check. Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so in spite being in this sort of like mind-boggling, frenzied haze, Alaric has enough a presence of mind to sort of reach out with this mighty paw to shove Morana out from the front.
Ooh, sorry. Let me double check. I don't think she can be moved, actually.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, sorry. Let me double check the restrain real quick on their ability. Sorry, I think they are firmly cemented in place.
They got.
Let me know. I am prepared to roll athletics against darkness.
Against the darkness.
Yeah, they
Yes.
cannot be moved, and your athletics check would be wasted.
Well, you know what? For the sake of narration, let's say that Alaric tried, and that's my attack action committed. And that's my turn.
Understood. As you attempt to shove against Marana, you would watch as the arms and sort of shadowy tendrils that have emerged around her are now holding her firmly in place. As you shove, she's like a wall. The only thing that really gives is the soft skin, but nothing else.
As a sort of farewell to my turn, I would say that Alaric would still impose himself sort of in front of her, and that's it.
Understood. Top of initiative, Kellen Aldane.
Okay, well, looks like they all got hit by a frighten, so rather than jinx that, because, well, shit, I'm fucking surrounded. Crap. Worst possible spot for me to be is surrounded by everything. I can still shoot out, though, right?
Yep.
So
Just remember, they're all running away.
yeah, well, I wasn't gonna shoot them. If shooting at point blank would have been really bad. So
Let me double check real quick. I think they won't take reactions out of you, but I think if you're there, it still counts as them harrying you. Yeah, if you move, you'll be fine. So it would behoove you to get away from them.
oh, so even if something's in melee, I can't shoot without getting disadvantaged.
Yeah, you don't have like a feat or anything that prevents that.
Okay. They're frightened. I wonder if I'm gonna get beat up just trying to move. So we'll find out. Try and move out. Go there.
They can't take reactions.
One too much. There we go. Okay. So from here, we'll keep harrying the mouth
Let's see it.
in return for her swarming me like a brat. 16.
16 just misses. Your first shot, as it sort of snakes between Alaric and Marana, you would watch as it catches against that shadow energy and sort of splinters, her attention immediately turning from Alaric to you.
Again. Worse.
This time you would watch as she bring the sword up, sort of catching the arrow with Arcturus.
Okay. Well,
As your movement and your action, do you have anything else on your turn?
I don't.
Go ahead and hit that end turn for me. Silura.
Yeah. All right. Okay. I think Silverl. I don't need to measure. That's way too long. Silverl will take off, and she will round about for a clean 25, and she will attack.
That's it. You're flanking with Alaric.
Fuck her up.
26 hits.
Do it, Auntie. Fuck her up.
Yeah, we will Dragon's Rage.
Okay. Should make points of force.
She runs around her companions who are stuck in these clawing grips of these blackened orbed hands, and she will heft her blade as if to swing at the wraith, but when she corners around and she slides, the blade will land down instead on the mouth. She looks intent to continue.
Let's see it. A 13 would miss. Your first strike catching her now as her attention had been on Kellen, but as you swing a second time, you would see that glint of steel, the bleeding cosmos that catches the Zweihander. Arcturus used to catch your blade.
Right. And as my bonus action, I will use Dragon's Prophecy. Upon seeing her blade meet mine, it's almost like the blade itself grows angry that it didn't hit its mark through the extension of Silro, and she gets this prophetic expression, and I will regain a dragon die.
Okay.
Upon that, she doesn't even need to command Shane, and he will take his javelin and hurl it at her.
Let's see it. We'll double check the restrained condition real quick. That roll will be a disadvantage. As he attempts to bring his arm up and sort of hurl the javelin out, trying to strike against this menace, this entity who has been harrying his friends, as he attempts to bring it out, shadow-like arms grab at his forearm and biceps, sort of pulling him back, unable to hurl the javelin forward.
All right. She will give Shane the look of, it's okay. We'll play again. And that will be our turn.
Yuria.
Seeing the battlefield probably better than most where she stands. There'd be almost a small smile to her face under the helmet. As Anwin is summoned, and the other undead are turned at the flash of brilliant light from a shield day. As a shield day rounds the bend to strike at the mouth's back, Yuria raises a simple hand, almost limp as she's busy concentrating with half her mind, and she'd murmur, "Kill the bitch," and she will fire 2 eldritch blasts at the mouth.
Let's see it. A 17 just hits. That is her armor class.
Oh my god, she's just like me. For real, for real.
Yep. A ball of energy, black and teal, gathering in her hand, streaking through the sky like lightning, slamming her with force, and then another.
Your first one catching now. Again, her attention being drawn in so many directions. But that second bolt, you would watch her head turn, and as she does, her own hand sort of from the side, a void arrow catching against yours.
All right. She would take a step back as well, and that'd be about as far as she'll get. Not wanting to be so far away that she's stranded, but far enough that she's not a target, sort of looming in the back as the battle rages on. And still concentrating on calm emotions, keeping her friends focused. That'll be her turn.
Okay. Perfect. Onwin, now having emerged on the battlefield, she... Ooh.
Not better start rolling some con saves, goddammit.
See, the issue with the Banshee's cry is that it affects everyone. Onwin is still a proficient fighter, still a proficient sword master. So you would watch as Onwin, now brandishing her own phantom light, would move.
I get a fight with Elf Mom.
Your end shall be at our hands.
And she will make 2 attacks with phantom light.
Elf Mom, Elf Mom, Elf Mom.
13 just misses. 25 hits, however.
Elf Mom.
Dealing 11 points of slashing against her back.
He's been probably pining for that feeling of cutting into her for a long time.
You can see this almost composed but very focused, this lethal intent written upon Onwin's features. But as Ciliana is struck in the back, her head now craning to look back, you would see this wicked grin cross her lips. It is the mouth of the Iron Duke's turn. You would watch as she brings her sword up. As she would draw it back, in that same instance, she vanishes.
Uh-oh.
You would watch her throw the sword up. It now leaving her hand, and as it does, it streaks through the air like a falling star. As it reaches a point, you would watch the blade spin. Your souls are forfeit, consumed by the stars themselves. She is going to use Arcturus's ability, Starlight Crash. She is going to spend 2 charges.
I'm gonna puke.
Oh, that's cool.
She hurls the blade up. You would watch as it teleports 40 feet into the air. beginning to build with radiant energy before this massive pillar of light erupts. I need all of you to roll me Constitution saving throws. Oh my god!
No.
It giveth and it taketh away.
Ooh,
It
I'm gonna
giveth-
use. I'm gonna use my. I'm gonna use my robes or my cloak.
Okay, your
We
cloak.
roll that.
Let's
Yeah.
see it.
Spend a charge of that. Click to save. Oh well.
Understood. As it erupts. Yeah, Celery?
What?
Yeah, tell me when you're using your necklace, punk.
I didn't.
Why'd you roll again?
I rolled for Shane.
Oh,
Shane and myself. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do.
understood. Sorry. It would erupt. The sudden beam of necrotic damage. As she would spend a charge. No, it's not bludgeoning. Bludgeoning comes after when the sword falls to the ground. Okay. Alaric, you would take half.
What is half, boss? What is half? Boss?
Half necrotic.
Yeah, but how much is that? So
That is 13. Kellen, you would take 13. I need a Constitution saving throw, please. Marana, you would take 13.
I'm going to further reduce that.
This isn't an attack, it's a saving throw.
Uh,
This would be using evasion when you get that feature.
God, I wish.
Hunter's Mark drops. Marana, you took half. You are bloodied. Shane takes the full 27. He is also bloodied. Ashilde takes the full
Does he not
27.
roll?
Beg your pardon?
Does he not roll?
He already did. You rolled a 11 for him.
No, I mean the retainer thing where like he rolls. to
Oh
see
no,
if
we
it's
changed
retainer.
his hit points. He has actual hit points now.
Oh. Okay.
Ashilde Yuria with a 11. You take 27. I need a Constitution saving throw.
She just half helped me, bro.
She does do that.
It's about to get worse.
Half of the damage. I believe an 18 is a success.
Yes.
You maintain concentration. Cyril, you take half. I also need to roll for Onway. I forgot. Actually, no, I don't. Onway is immune to necrotic damage.
This bitch.
She is engulfed in this black light and nothing happens. Okay, I believe that's everybody. And then, as the blade stops spinning, Arcturus's energy spent, it would plummet to the ground. It is going to plummet. Ooh. It's going to plummet on Alaric.
Oh, fuck. Yeah?
Everybody by Alaric.
Oh boy.
I need dexterity saving throws this time. If you are restrained, it is at disadvantage.
DM.
Like right by Alaric?
Like on top of Alaric.
Okay.
Yes.
Hold on. It's bludgeoning, right?
Yes.
Could I potentially forfeit my damage reduction if Alaric were to just brace and catch the blow with his body? Sort of try to catch the blade.
Ooh. I'll do you one better. You can. You're going to roll high or low. And if you're going to take it for everybody, you're going to roll high or low. And if you don't meet the fate roll, you'll take double.
But they still wouldn't be hit?
They wouldn't be hit, just you.
One better smile.
Because everybody around Alaric would take full damage from the sword, yeah?
They would roll their dex saves at disadvantage, aside from Siluro and Anya.
Because they're restrained.
Correct.
And... fuck me. Okay, would Siluro also be hit?
Yes. Everybody within
And-
10 feet of you, brother.
Okay. Yeah, no, we have to do this. Yeah, okay. Hey, hi.
Hi.
Yeah.
Okay. You take the 16 that slams against your body. You catching Arcturus. Actually, describe how you catch Arcturus.
So Alaric, who succeeded his con save previously, had been staring up, almost ensorcelled by the side of the blade, just pining up towards the air as like a fallen star. And once the sword and the prismatic effect of his magic breaks, he sees the glint of the blade just soaring down towards him. And he knows. This premonition washes through him. And in this raging instant, this lion's mane of a face looks to his side, sees Marana, Shane beside him, everyone around him, and this impulse, this instinct in him, this drive, makes him leap and catch the blade as it comes crashing into him. And it sends him pummeling right back to the ground, and all around him a crater's made as his claws bend around the sword and its force nearly collapses on his face and ends tearing through his chest, his torso, but he keeps it from hitting the ground.
This immense weight, fissures forming underneath your feet as you catch Arcturus. And as you do, in that same breath, holding the blade, keeping it from making contact with the ground, it is ripped from your hands, apparating once more in the mouth's hands.
Great.
In the end, your souls will be mine.
Unable to speak back, Alaric just releases this vengeful roar towards her. This disheveled scream, blood curdling.
That is her turn. Marana, you are no longer restrained.
Ooh, hee hee. Alright, neat, fantastic. Great, hate that.
Oh, sorry, the Wraith runs. Because it is forced to. Let me double check its movement. Okay.
As fast as it can.
Indeed, it is going to use its action to dash. In fact, it's going to leave the battlefield.
Deuces.
Okay. Marana,
Oh boy. Alright, neat.
you were
Fantastic.
suffused momentarily in this black highlighted white light that would have blinded you. This feeling of the cosmos, this cold entropy that washed over you. And just in that same instance, you'd have seen Alaric spare you from a most gruesome fate.
He murmurs, looking up, looking at the mouth of the Iron Duke, and just murmurs, I need to get to that tree. Oh, maybe Mora can help us. And,
We're actually going to change up the music as well.
uh-oh.
Continue. Your turn.
Yeah, no, I am Mick thinking. I didn't think we'd get this far. Okay, we could get to its bows. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do something real foolish, guys.
Always fun.
I tip my hat to you. From one.
Are we allowed to talk strategically above board while it's someone else's turn?
You know what? I'll let you guys talk some combat real quick. Talk some tactics. Don't take your turn just yet, Marana. I'll be right back.
Okay.
So, do we think these candles are the thing making the ring? Because I really don't think any of us should enter that ring.
Oh, I wasn't gonna go in the ring.
I wasn't saying you were. I'm just saying, like, if we want to approach her, I don't think we should do it if the ring is intact.
Oh god.
That's
Oh,
probably
God.
a wise move.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Alaric's next move is just right at her.
Okay.
So javelins, why not?
I'm just
So
saying
it's a
that
good
if
thing
we
you
have
brought it
a
up.
chance, we should try to get rid of one of the candles. Because they don't look like they're drawn. Like, it doesn't look like it's drawn on the ground. It looks like it's, like, magic.
Yeah.
So
We
if
can-
we try to
yeah, we
dislodge a candle with a bonus action from somebody, that would be really sick. Because I can do it with an action, but I don't really want to do that.
Yeah, we
Hey,
can
sure.
ask if those are candles or not, or whatever they are.
Ashilda, you wouldn't happen to have Dispel Magic, would you?
Nope. Third.
That's right.
I'm back. Oh, I forgot as well. Those of you that are bloodied, we have a Ashilde. As you become bloodied, you would feel a surge of power within you. A voice that calls out to you.
Hearken to me. Listen.
You would gain an ability. I have added it to your character sheet. It is called Ithun's Scar.
Oh.
Marana,
Oh,
you would hear the same voice.
Listen. Guide yourself.
You would also gain an ability
oh.
called the Blood.
Oh.
Alaric,
Where's this ability?
it's in your features. Under passive. Should be the one at the very top. Alaric, you would gain an ability, a voice calling to your head.
Listen. Let the rage flow.
You would gain an ability called Bloodied Swing.
Oh.
Marana, it's your turn.
Okay, neat. Quick question. Are these little points candles around the circle?
They are.
They are candles. Interesting. Do they seem to be feeding into the circle?
Ooh. You want to roll me an Arcana check?
Sure, I'll give it a shot.
That's it.
Can I assist?
Not right. You know what? Fuck it. Go ahead.
You know what? Fuck it. Maybe it's the voice guiding me.
14. You would see that it's quite the opposite. Her presence here is disrupting the energy.
So the circle isn't hers?
Okay, so
Circle is not
So-
hers.
seeing that, Rana goes, "Get her out of there." I might be able to do something with that. And we're just gonna try and, I know these are afeared. But I'm gonna try and get rid of them so they don't come back. Sorry, I'm trying to move my character. It's just not working. Hoo-hoo, I'm gonna throw my mouse out a window, guys!
All of your equipment fails you.
Seriously. And then we're gonna try and swing at this one, between Alaric and I. The Shade.
Oh, okay. We're killing the minions very well.
I don't think I can get her out of there.
I'm down. Let's see the attack roll. You are flanking.
But yeah, I want to try and get the call out there to, get her out of that frickin' circle.
Wait, but the circle is not hers, right?
Yes, correct. That's why she wants to
She's
use it.
disrupting it.
Oh, so I'd say it's safe, right? What do you guys think?
I think it can be useful.
All right.
Oh, well, these shades are getting...
Let's see that sneak attack damage as well. Just for
Yeah.
the overkill.
Decimation in a single
More
blow.
than enough.
Would typically be that much.
As you would sweep through Banshee's light, go ahead and describe your swing.
It's just like a purifying light. Like as soon as it hits, it's going through, the red light and glow suffuses their form and they fall away like ash.
Okay. Good hit.
Thresh ass. Thresh motherfucker. What the fuck?
And we're gonna... continue some cautious movement to the side.
All right.
And that's what we'll do.
All right. At the start of the Shade's turns, they fucking explode. Unable to complete their purpose and having failed a saving throw, which I should have done already, they explode. You would watch as each one a small sort of collapse of energy in on itself. Ashilde, you are bloodied.
I am bloodied, but with that, my friends don't have to be. So I am going to... Alright, she moved away. Alaric is still pretty bad. Up. Cure. Second level.
Okay, who are you casting it on?
Alaric.
All right, let's see it.
Hello.
And then it's got the +2.
Indeed. With because you are bloodied and you are healing another creature, Ithun's Scar procs, and that 14 becomes a 60.
Damn, back to 66, everybody?
No longer bloodied.
Damn, I do believe, indeed. Indeed. Thank you, my dwarf friend.
You're my favorite tall person, but they'll never admit it.
Head pats.
All right, Ashilde. Anything else on your turn?
I've got a bonus action. Yeah, I'm gonna move. I can't see.
Move your little stubby legs back.
I go 25. I went 25.
You moved 30.
I moved 20.
Your little stubby legs don't go that far.
Yet.
Damn you, 5 feet.
Okay, anything else on your turn?
No.
Understood. Alaric, no longer bloodied.
But very willing still. A terrible fucking willingness. We're going to charge after this lady. Let me first see if I have enough room to get to her. Yeah, we do. Very good. That doesn't change anything. We're going to use our Visual Soul to make a leap. Just because it's cool, DM. Okay, we're going to roll athletics, just to see how much I get. See how much I have to run to overcompensate.
This motherfucker's been playing too much Baldur's Gate.
Yes, I have
I'm just
been,
imagining this motherfucker like
Oh my
football
god.
charging her and then just like trying to like tackle out of.
So he gets up to here, and from here, charging as he is, Alaric Ravane leaps. And, how would I'd say Alaric propels his colossal monster form into the air, and the ground all around him turns into shattered stalagmite with the sheer force of it. He goes soaring, and in his hands swinging, Andor arcs through the atmosphere with his sleep. Its form swinging with the sheer momentum of his charge and fall, and an erring comet that aims to crash on her head. DM, that's a reckless attack. Can I do it? Or did the circle fuck me up?
No, circle didn't fuck you up. Let's see that attack. At
Alright.
advantage.
Thank you, sir. Yes, we will.
Your first one being caught by Arcturus, sort of parrying it off to the side.
It's E. We're gonna do it again.
Okay. A 17 just hits, but she's going to use her reaction to
Very
Aberrant Barrier.
You will?
She will.
Oh my god. It's so clever and industrious.
Her armor class goes up by 5. As you strike, the blade not catching in time, instead you catch against negative energy.
I love the idea that she redirects his hammer, and as he comes for the second blow while he's falling, the barrier comes up and Alaric just crashes into it and lands momentarily on his side before, with a snarl and a growl, he just gathers himself up to his feet, raking at the ground in his fury. And we should have done it before, but we're going to use our bonus action to use our fire grease. But I'm an idiot. Yes, I'm an idiot. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Understood.
I swear the character's smart. It's
Go
the
ahead
player
and
that's
post
moron.
that card.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Here it is.
Oh, so this is the part where we just start throwing shit at her.
Throw your
Save.
weapon. Okay. Flaming grease. Understood. You deal an additional 1d6.
No
If you're
damage
critical,
was ever
you
made.
will burn.
Absolutely. So no damage. They never hit her, so technically it didn't matter. Well, yeah, that's my turn.
Perfect. Kellen.
Okay. How far away is she?
She is well within range for a longbow.
Yeah. Yeah. Nope. Okay. Go right here. Just to get some. There. Better covering angles. And. Shoot. That is So guess we'll reapply Hunter's Mark. That'll be fun.
Okay. Bonus action to apply Hunter's Mark.
I should stop rolling damage when I do that, but whatever, it's fine. I don't care. And with that done, we'll try once again to shoot her in the face.
Let's see it.
Please shoot her all over the face.
I want to try. Whether the dice let me, which appears to be a big no.
Your arrow catching against that aberrant barrier and shattering.
Come on. Gotta roll higher than a 3 sometime. There we go.
26 hits.
About time.
Well.
All right. Let's see all that damage.
Alright. D6 plus.
I like to imagine the first arrow made like just enough of a wobble in the barrier that the second one just.
It's like a
fire
bullseye
through it.
on a bullseye.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Yeah. She sees the arrow land on her face, the thud, and then she sees the next one shattered through the arrow, just slice through it. Just carve through the opening, through the chink. That's so cool.
4. Colossus Slayer, Hunter's Mark, plus 4. Okay. Another 13.
13. Massive.
Thunk. I kind of like that image too. It was just like 2 arrows and is held up against the bow with the bow hand, and then he pulls one, fires, and it like does the deflection, and then the second one just passes like right after it in the wake. Just like you thought.
Perfect. The barrier sort of having been erected against Alaric's attacks, catching the first arrow, her attention sweeping to the side just in time to get struck by the second one that pierces through it, her hand coming up to clutch it and wrenching it free from her body. This audible hiss.
Can hiss all she wants. She still got shot.
Anything else on your turn?
That's right, you want me to hit end turn. That's right. That's a thing now.
Perfect. Silra.
Great. So, Silril, upon seeing that arrow hit a barrier, she is going to, instead of dashing forward to strike, Silril will run here, and she makes this motion where she holds the Zweihander in her left hand, and pulls it forward enough that she can strike her bracers together. And when she does that, her wings will come out and wrap around Marana to heal her.
Let's see it.
And when that happens, my bracers will trigger, healing both a shield day and I for 3.
Thank you, Momo.
Perfect. You both regain 3 hit points, finally activating the bracers of respite for having them for so long.
Hey, I didn't have them for a while. Marana
That's
had
true.
them.
That is true.
As you
I don't have any healing ability.
As you strike, you would watch runes form along the length of your gauntlets. You would watch as a large spherical rune now begins to rotate at your wrists. And as you expel energy from one, it distributes energy through the other. This final flash of radiant light before it settles.
Yeah, get a little bit of healing out. 6 to Marana and 3 to both I and Ashilde.
Ashilde, did you heal yourself?
No, I have not.
Perfect. Heal yourself, and you will no longer be bloodied. And you heal for that 3. Perfect.
Then, upon doing that, she will take off to begin the assault on the fine women.
The woman.
That lady.
Yeah. She will run up and slide behind Alaric and his monstrous form back to back, telling him, I am here. You are not alone.
You see the muscles on his back tense up to your arrival, but otherwise he's engaged.
I thought he was married.
My eyes rolled into the
And
back of my
as-
skull. Shane, what's
Yeah.
As
Shane
my
doing?
action,
He's an adulterer. He left
I
her.
have an action to use.
Pretty sure using that is your action.
It's a special action. Free use.
Using Cure Wounds is an action, though.
Blessing of the Golden Lady is a reaction.
Your Protective Wings is a reaction. Casting Cure Wounds is an action.
You didn't say that.
It does.
It's
Cure,
Alright.
a
Wounds,
reaction.
Cure Wounds is listed as an action. And when it says reaction, that is for your Protective Wings. Still a good turn, but knowing that now, would you have done it?
And
You still have a bonus action.
Hold my tail.
That's a free action.
as my bonus action instead, I will, Silra will meet Alaric's back, and upon stepping, she will let force a voice of rage and anger to magnify the visage of Alaric, and I will use Dragon's Voice Foss, attempting to get the mouth of the Iron Duke out of the circle.
Okay.
Oh my god, Fuss. Ah.
Okay. As you bellow this sudden shout, you would see the mouth sort of recoil momentarily, her hand coming up to the side of her head before she'd stand upright. That wicked grin on her lips once more. You learn that she is immune to being frightened.
Ew. I see. I see. Shane will move up to my space that I was originally, and he will hold his action until after the start of the Iron Duke's turn to let loose his Javelin of Lightning.
Okay, so
Essentially waiting for the shield to fall.
sneaky. Okay.
Very smart.
And when he does so, I'll be using Warrior's Heart. And that will
Okay.
be our turn.
Yuria.
I have a very risky idea.
We love those.
What's it look like she's trying to do in the center of the circle?
Currently nothing.
That's almost more ominous than if she was doing something.
Yeah, it doesn't look like she's
grinning at us.
She doesn't look like she's channeling anything. She doesn't look like she's beginning to power up or anything like that. She jumped back through Arcturus into the air, activated Starlight Crash, and then sort of has been standing in the middle of this circle. Who knows why?
Okay. Oh, this is going to be a terrible idea, but we're going to... we're going to action dash. Right here, within 15 feet of her. This is so not going to work.
I'm super curious what you're planning right
So
now.
not going to work.
Super curious.
Sprinting through. Is that 15 feet?
10
That's
feet.
We'll move a little. We'll move. Is this 15 feet? Yeah. Here, right on the edge. And we're going to use our bonus action to toss paralyzing dust at her.
Love that. Let's see it. Let me double check. Okay. As you rush up, you're sort of holding this satchel tightly, this thing that you've had since the facility. As you rush forward and hurl the dust outward, you would watch again as she turns her head away. And as the sort of dust clears, she rises up. You would learn that she is immune to being paralyzed.
Jesus.
Well, it's my turn.
She sort of looks at you for a moment and gives a small nod.
Yuri's just sort of standing there with this, like, empty pouch.
God. They gave you the You Tried award. Holy shit.
I've got better.
I'll do better next time.
That's my turn.
Understood.
Just wait till it's my turn again.
At the start of Onwin's turn, Mouth of the Iron Duke is going to use her villain action.
Guys, I think she might be immune to some stuff.
Be immune to everything.
Okay.
Surely not.
She's not, you know what she's not immune to? Damage.
I bet she's not immune to words. They hurt.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Sticks and stones my ass.
Ooh.
Start calling her names.
You're dumb. You're stupid. You're ugly. She's like psychic damage.
60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, 100, 105.
Stop counting.
110, 115. Wow. She's going to use Ruinous Crusade.
Is she?
God damn.
Basically, you would watch as that spectral form begins to take hold of her. This energy that begins to radiate throughout her body. And you would watch as she, hand plunged forward, becomes incorporeal. And she is going to rush through every single person on the field.
Oh, from the Locklear fight.
Speed? What's her movement speed?
120.
Jesus.
Her fly speed, at least.
Can she be damaged in this form?
She does not provoke Aops.
Of course not.
Yeah, but if I'm reading my...
Oh my god, she's cheats!
As
I'm
she
reading
passes through all of you, you would take damage from corrupting phasing.
Ow.
Yeah, but DM this.
The first time you are bloodied in an encounter, are you currently bloodied?
Well, she may do enough damage to blood me. I'm on the verge right there.
We'll find out. Everybody would take 9 points of necrotic damage.
No, not bloodied.
Is there any? Can you shield with this from this?
This is her simply phasing through you. It's not an attack roll. Her mere presence is enough to disrupt your spiritual energy.
Ow.
Let me know when everybody has reduced their damage or reduced their hit points.
Okay, yeah.
Done.
In response, since my healing is not a reaction, I would like to use my reaction to essentially. She's going to use Dragon's Voice Zoom. She's going to reduce the amount Shane takes.
Okay. Shane takes 1 point of necrotic damage.
Because it's very low.
Guess I'm bloodied now?
You are bloodied. First things first, I need a concentration saving throw. Let me grab your sheet.
Whoa.
Just meets
Oh.
the concentration save. Kellen as well.
This constant beating, like between Arcturus and then this, her veins are sort of this like darkly color from all the necrotic damage she's been facing. Black on pale skin, head throbbing as she tries desperately to cling on to this spell.
Kellen, as you become bloodied, you would hear a voice in your mind.
Focus. Keep your attention forward.
You would gain a new ability called Desperate Hunter. Yuria,
So accurate.
as you become bloodied, you would also hear the voice.
Stay your mind. Focus. Don't let her escape.
You would gain Frightful Mending.
Oh boy, just in time.
Does Shane get anything?
No.
Tuberculosis.
Shane gets PTSD. Onwin, as it is now her turn, rushes forward.
Very good.
She's going to make her 2 attacks.
An honor.
The natural one misses. An 18 also misses because she's still affected by Aberrant Barrier. The first strike, this almost sidestep motion as the blade goes through. And as she would swing a second time, she doesn't even let the barrier catch it. It is her parrying it away with Arcturus. How pathetic. I knew you should have stayed as nothing more than a corpse. It is the Mouth of the Iron Duke's turn, which would proc Shane's held action.
Indeed.
An 11 misses.
Nice.
Second attack. A 21 hits. As it strikes, the first one she would knock out of the air. The second one, as it's pulled back to his hand, he lurches with more ferocity, this time catching against her shoulder. And before she can pull it free, it already rips itself out back into Shane's hand. The Mouth of the Iron Duke goes. She's going to use Unholy Union.
I'm married.
She's going to summon 2 specters. You would watch as the energy in this circle begins to wane, its colors beginning to drain, and as it does, it pulls. Now that black energy around her begins to swell. She will summon 2 Ferric specters. actually, within 30 feet of her, she would. She's going to summon a Ferric Spectre against a Shilde, and a Ferric Spectre against Marana. She's going to go. She's going to make her first attack with Soul Drain against Alaric.
Hey, people. Alaric here.
That is 16 points of necrotic damage. You are
I
bloodied.
do believe I go bloody, sir. Yes.
Indeed.
I would like to do the thing.
Okay.
Do the thing.
Go ahead and post your ability one more time as you use your immediate interrupt. Bloody Swing.
Bloody Swing has no available uses remaining.
Because you posted it already, Dingledorf.
Guess I am a Dingledorf. Super Dingledorf.
Although
How do
it
I
shouldn't
restore
have
its-
anything with it. Go ahead and just make a Raging Mutilation Swing against her. As that is what your ability procs.
Alright, I still have the Reckless, so I believe it should be at advantage.
I believe so. I believe Reckless lasts until your turn.
Yeah.
Natural
And good thing
20.
that-
The highest of highs, the lowest of lows. Why does it say 42?
Yeah, I do believe that triggers my amazing feature called Ruinous Rend.
Indeed, it does.
Yeah, and I.
Hold on.
All right.
As
Sorry, I have
you
things.
would rend across her, you would find that her form is mostly intangible. She will bleed, but not bleed as much as you'd hope.
My claws are magical, if I should perhaps.
She is
emphasize,
resistant to bleeding.
No, very good, very good. Well, there's more bleeding coming. I would like to activate my super cool bracelets that I have right here. They're pretty dope. And I believe that because it is a crit, I get to roll the die twice.
This is not affected by crits. What affects it is the duration timer. So instead of 4 rounds, it becomes 6 rounds. So in total, your bleed counts for 6 rounds now. And your bleed will deal, instead of 8, it'll deal 4.
Okay. And I heal 4 points of HP per bleed, huh?
At the start of your turn, when she bleeds, you will heal.
Good.
Okay. She will then immediately follow up after your interrupt. That is 16 reduced to half.
It hurts.
She is then going to spend a charge of Arcturus. Where is it?
To do what, I wonder?
Sorry, belay my last. I'm going to give you your 8 hit points back because she'd have done this before her swing. So she would spend a charge to do Warping Strike, and it would be against you.
Yeah? Me?
Indeed.
Out of
As
all
she
people?
warps, sort of attempting to catch you off guard.
Madam?
It is 6 and then the force damage. As she strikes, you would watch as she swings and then her body vanishes. And just as you would turn, it would catch you across your side and back. As it does, Arcturus, leaving behind these motes of light, erupt within your body. These small, localized explosions that cause this rush of cold across your frame.
Yeah, these micro explosions sort of reverberate through Alaric, whose body shudders like he's been hit by a hail of arrows. And for a moment he falls to a knee, bleeding throughout. But against all odds, he pushes himself back up. And that's it. Go ahead.
She, as Silura has used her reaction, is going to step through you for another 2d8.
Yeah.
That's another 5 points of necrotic damage.
Very good. It hurt.
The Ferric Spectres go, first against the Shielding. It is going to use Decaying Touch. (17 to hit). That is 6 points of necrotic damage. You are bloodied. And I need you to roll me a Constitution saving throw, please. Success. You do not spend a hit dice. A Decaying Touch against Marana. That is a natural 1. You may use your reaction to attack this creature if you would like.
Well, since it's about to be my turn, yeah.
Let's see it. 25 hits. 8 points of slashing. As it would swing too wide, you would catch it with Banshee's light, connecting against its strange, incorporeal form. You would drag behind this almost ectoplasm across the length of your blade as you rip it free. That is her turn. Marana.
Oh boy, she's not willingly leaving or teleporting anywhere else, so... Gotta measure out. Yeah, we're gonna start with a bonus action, cunning action to disengage.
Okay.
Oh my god, I'm going to absolutely rage. Okay, we're gonna move up to attack.
Okay. .24 would absolutely hit. Plus the additional 11.
And that was 25. Hold on, I gotta count. I gotta do math. Uh, 25, 30, 35, 45. We're going to retreat into the tree.
Okay.
And do I see the willow face that was kind of on that tree before?
You do.
What's it look like?
It looks like it is writhing in anguish.
And I just look back to it and kind of murmur under my breath, "Do you need your help soon?"
Okay. Are you doing anything else on your turn as you prepare to, I assume, interface with the Elid tree?
That's my bonus action, my move, and my attack.
Perfect. You can go ahead and hit end turn for me.
Oh, that button disappeared from my screen. There it goes.
Perfect. A shielding. You are facing off against a Ferric Spectre, and another has been left behind.
Well. Okay. I'm going to attempt to heal myself.
Okay. Okay. That is 14 points. I believe you are no longer bloodied either.
Two.
Okay, channeling that positive energy into your body, you begin to mend these strange ethereal wounds.
Gonna move to the other side of the specter. And I end my turn.
Okay. Alaric.
Fuck. Yeah, I'd say that things are getting desperate. Alaric, who is pretty much on the precipice here, sputtering, and his growls and screams haven't faded to this torturous sort of bellows. It's like a dying beast. Will sort of cradle his abdomen with one mighty paw, and in his other, his hammer. And he's going to shamble on over and take 2 swings here.
That's it.
Recklessly.
Okay.
Wah.
That hits.
Perfect. We're going to use Andor's brand.
Okay.
And I believe we heal for...
You, my friend, heal for nothing.
Oh, I heal for
You
nothing.
are affected by soul drain. Until the
Oh, I am?
end of her next turn, you cannot receive any healing.
Oh, very good. Very good, very good. So anyway, I guess she doesn't care for the brand.
Not with a natural 20, she doesn't.
Okay, we're going to follow up with Raging Mutilation as Alaric is dragged along by the momentum of Andor, his weak body unable to withstand it and pull it back. It's this desperate flailing of his claw as he breaks off in this flurry, this frenzy.
That's it. Natural 20. That will hit.
And I do believe, my lover, that it stacks my ruinous rend.
It does.
All right.
That now becomes 10 to 5.
Okay. Help me here. Did she use her reaction before?
If you don't remember, brother, you don't remember. No, she didn't.
Very good. Well, I will swing again.
This one, she will shield.
All right.
Actually, no, she won't. She won't shield. Another 7 points of slashing. Another 2 points of rage. Plus your additional 2 for your range, for the crit.
What, could she shield if she used her reaction?
Beg your pardon?
I thought you said she hadn't used her reaction.
Correct.
Oh, sorry, I'm a dumbass. Yeah, never mind. That's me, boss.
Understood. Kellen.
Oh boy. Where's my movement speed? I'm doing that. And now that we're sideways, continue to try to hail her with arrows.
Let's see it.
Gonna let me. Come on. Come on. Play nice. There we go. Jeez. Or not. Alright. And we're gonna add in the psionic flame on this as well.
Okay.
So the next successful weapon attack before the end of your turn. Let's try that. 17.
A 17 just hits. She will shield.
No.
Her AC becomes 22.
Just for that attack, or is that for the rest of the turn?
That is until her turn.
Counterspell.
I'd love to see it.
Sonic word for
I'd love to
counterspell.
see counterspell.
Oh God, what would be the word counter in draconic?
Cunt.
Yeah. The
That's
word
what you
is,
are when you use it.
As
the word is shut the fuck up.
as you knock that arrow and fire, her blade sort of bringing up to catch against, or sort of trying to hold at bay Alaric. You would watch as this sort of decrepit entity from behind, like sort of manifesting from the shadows of her body, would throw itself in front of the arrow. That is your first attack.
I don't think counter exists in draconic. I think it would have to be like subsidized to something like deny or something else.
Absolutely.
Just make something up.
Well, I know draconic.
Alright, well, anyway, let's try this again. Ha.
25
Block
definitely
that.
hits. 3 points, 13 points of piercing. And all of your other flavor on top.
Let's see, 4, 6. We're 16.
No, 16. Massive damage. Okay.
Yeah, I moved all that up, so yeah.
All right. Celeron,
Oh, good.
actually. As it is a new round, she's going to use her third villain action. You would watch the energy around her begin to manifest. The ferric specters there, where their eyes should be, begin to radiate this black pulsing magic. She is going to use Vitality Drain. She and her ferric specters are going to make attack rolls. The first one is going to be against Siluro. That's 12.
In response, I will. I don't want to use my reaction in case I need it. Never mind.
Okay. That is 12 points of necrotic, and I need a Constitution saving throw. Success. You do not spend a hit dice. This will be against a shield die. However, Siluro, you do take a point of exhaustion, and you are blighted for 8.
Can I use my breastplate against that?
You could.
I will. I mean, I
Huzzah.
don't get exhausted.
This will be, the attack still gives you exhaustion, but you are not blighted. You would nullify the blight with your reaction. Very good. as you would be struck by the Ferric Spectre as it sort of rakes its hands through your soul, leaving behind this sort of clinging miasma, you would watch as runes along the armor ignite this brilliant color that cause all of that energy on it to dissipate, and suddenly sending that miasma to fade, sort of turning to ash.
Yeah, I like to imagine as like his hand runs through her soul, there's almost like this golden, just scale-looking sparkles that reverberate into the air.
Fantastic. It is going to make an attack against Ashilde. I need a Constitution saving throw. Ashilde, as you take 5 points of exhaustion, you gain, or 5 points of necrotic damage, 1 exhaustion, and you are blighted.
What does exhaustion do again?
Exhaustion is a minus to any D20 roll. So you currently have a -1 to any D20 roll you make. Ashilde, you spend a hit dice and do not gain the benefits. You are down to 5. If you reach 0 from a specter, you die.
I
She will
hate that.
make her attack against Alaric using Soul Drain. A 12 misses.
Jesus Christ.
Siluro.
Damn.
Yeah, we will be attacking the specter.
Let's see it. An 11 just misses.
Be a 10.
Oh, a 10 misses. Sorry. A 21, more than enough.
I'm gonna reroll those dice.
Let's see it. Okay. That becomes 8, 9 points of damage. And that is another radiant damage. Okay. Your first strike, you would feel that sort of lethargy that has begun to cling to your body. As you swing, you would find the specter almost pulls itself apart, avoiding your swing. But as you would bring it back the second time, you catch it, dragging that ectoplasm-like energy along the length of your Zweihander.
Yeah, yikes. We will bonus action second wind.
Okay. You heal for 9 points.
Fuck, man. Do I action surge?
I need to know what you're doing. You know what these specters can do. If they continue, if they continue to assail your companions, you run the risk of them killing. A 20.
Are you rolling those damages?
Let's see it. Okay. 12 points. How do you dispatch the specter?
Yeah, she'd miss the first time swinging after feeling just this like hand rake through her very like being, and it just causes her like arm to swing brutally. But there's enough anger that resonates. It's like all of the energy goes down to her feet like a flood of like hot blood, and then it courses back up with this anger through like the boots, and she will swing 2 more times. And then she will move to attack this one.
Okay, you could stand here and
Oh.
flank. The Ferret Spectre barks at you. Boo boo boof. Boo 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 boof.
Untoward fire.
No, don't do it.
Yeah, that's some damage.
That is 14 and 4. Massive. It is, for all intents and purposes, bloodied.
Yeah. And upon that, we will Dragon's Rage and attempt to finish it off.
Okay. An additional 10 points. It is a healthy hit as you would strike that sort of draconic visage and claws clasping and holding on to your Zweihander as you strike through. You would find the specter's form almost shudders, barely able to hold itself together. It is mortal.
As she just growls at it, this like flare of gold in her eyes, these specks, as for a second, it's almost like her visage, her pupils become elongated like a dragon's, and she will growl at it.
Perfect.
And then Shane's gonna throw his javelin.
Let's see it. A 9 misses. You can see he is sort of holding at his side this sort of realization, this searing pain that perhaps Shane hasn't felt in a while. And as he would go to hurl it, you would watch, you would sort of realize as he throws it, he's sort of seeing double and would have struck the furthest one, the javelin returning to his hand, sort of having to use it to keep himself upright.
Upon seeing that, the javelin just hurtling, missing, and more than likely almost hitting Cyril, she will command, "Wake up!" And that will be our turn.
Go ahead and roll me a performance check.
Oh. I see. Not very, I'm not charismatic.
He sleep.
Oh, real shit?
You would see this sort of bleary-eyed expression. He's trying to maintain his focus. As you shout and command, there's almost this worry, this sudden sort of realization, having witnessed the light of Arcturus, this legendary weapon. Shane being a level 5 retainer, but a peasant all the same. He's never seen such high-level magic. There are no negative effects, but you're struggling to rouse him right now.
It's okay, I'm struggling to rouse myself.
Yuria.
Oh, all right. With this voice in her head, reeling from the damage she's felt and bloodied, sort of looking around and seeing the damage. Alric, supposedly, very hurt, but unable to be lent aid at the moment.
Indeed. You would see, as you turn your attention to him, where her hand had struck, you could almost see a portion of his very being, like his soul, sort of leaking out of that wound.
I guess we can't twin spell weird reconstruction, can we?
It is not a spell. However,
How would you like to gamba?
Gamba.
that's right. High or low?
God. Hi.
Okay. If you succeed, you'll be able to, I'll say, spend your sorcery points to twin cast Weird Reconstruction. If you don't, the 1 on that d6 becomes a 1 through 3 to bleed.
Oh. Oh, very good.
Still want to gamble?
Yeah, we'll gamble.
All right. High it is.
Okay.
Falls just short.
Understood.
Who are you weird reconstructioning? And because you are bloodied, you do get your frightful mending.
I do. Does that attack still apply only to the 1, or is it now 1 through 3?
Beg your pardon?
Oh, if you successfully heal. Okay. No, I understand now.
Who are you mending?
We're gonna mend. Oh god.
People who look very rough are a Shilde, who is bloodied, Shane, who is bloodied, Kellen, who is bloodied, Marana, who is bloodied, and obviously Alaric, but Alaric cannot be healed right now. If you're looking for people that look the worse, aside from Alaric, it's Marana.
Fair enough. Yeah, definitely Marana's a target. She is, however, in a tree.
She's approaching a tree. She's not currently in the tree.
Oh, okay. I thought she was like in the tree. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna weird reconstruction Marana.
Okay.
And hopefully not leader smile. Where's that fucking...
Just short. Now you, with Frightful Mending, you will roll a d100. Okay. Thankfully, as you attempt to channel Goggalad, as you attempt to weird reconstruction your Marana's wounds, you would see how the tendrils almost become ravenous, latching on to her body, onto her wounds, beginning to pull at them. However, how do you command Goggalad to stop and mitigate the bleed?
Herself bloodied. It'd be this moment where, like, you've seen her in the past raise her hand. It's almost like beckoning finger to sort of lure Goggalad out. This time, having experienced Goggalad, or maybe just from the rush of blood, she's able to sort of predict when Goggalad is feeling hungry. And, like yanking on a leash, her hand would suddenly tighten into a fist, and she would yank it back and snarl, "No. Not that one."
You would hear this low rumble that replies, but it obeys.
All right, boggers.
Okay. A bad situation, thankfully, stopped by your own hand.
I do like stopping my own bad situations. We're gonna Hexblade Curse.
Okay.
The mouth.
Can you post that card for me, please?
As a bonus action because we can.
Does any of the heal happen or not?
No.
Okay.
No, it doesn't. Also, does that 1 through 3 last now for like the rest of the encounter? Or was it
No.
just that one
That
time?
was just the one time.
Okay.
Yeah, we like Gamba.
Yeah, we love Gamba.
As a bonus action, choose one creature you can see. Target is cursed for 1 minute. If the target dies, you die or are incapacitated.
Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah.
I am going to change incapacitated because we got rid of incapacitated. Hexblade's curse, because I believe incapacitated only shows up when you are unconscious. Yes, if you go to Death's Door, it'll fall off.
Okay. Very well. We won't be attacking this turn either. Having learned our lesson of getting close, we're gonna back away now.
Come on.
Ow, Yoria
Come
says, limping back. About 25 feet over here in the corner.
Okay.
Owie. Alright, that's our turn.
Perfect. It is Onwin's turn. Ooh, what can she do to help the party? A lot of her stuff. You know what? She, Lady Onwin, because she hasn't taken any damage, she's going to sacrifice her own vitality. She, for the sake of it, is going to activate the benefits that come from her Widow's Wail. So for all intents and purposes, she is considered bloodied, which will give her advantage on her attack rolls and add to her damage. Okay. She's going to make an attack roll against Ciliana. She'll only get one this turn, but one is all she'll need. Doing 11 points of slashing. What else does she have in her kit? Whales. Okay. Her radius is 30 feet, and because you are allies, friends, I'll do a 6 up. That's not right. There we go. We're going to set that opacity down to 1. If you are within her radius, you get advantage on wisdom saving throws within 30 feet of Lady Onwin.
Oh.
As her Banshee's wail continues to resonate in the air. It is the mouth of the Iron Duke's turn. She would bleed, and you would regain hit points, Alaric, but you are still affected until the end of her turn by her soul drain.
Yeah.
She is going to use Warping Strike again. She's going to spend another charge of Arcturus to target you, Alaric.
Hey.
As she teleports.
Why do they always teleport?
Madam?
And then Warping Strike.
There's no need. There's no need.
You are sent to Death's Door.
Indeed we are.
As you are brought to Death's Door, I will explain the mechanics one more time as you feel your body sort of fall with this lethargy.
Yeah. Yeah, we're getting fucked up.
While on Death's Door, you will start your turns by rolling death saving throws, just as normal. On your turn, you can only take an action, a bonus action, or use your movement speed. If you are attacked while on Death's Door, which is about to happen, you will roll your death saving throw again. Instead of taking automatic failures, you'll roll like normal, but suffer a -1 penalty for each attack that happens to you. As well, when you take an action, you gain 3 points of exhaustion. If you take a bonus action, you take 1 point of exhaustion. If you use your reaction while on Death's Door, you gain 1 level of exhaustion. All of this information is available to you to peer at and look at in your Adventuring Info tab in Cometh the Fall, just in case you want to look at it anymore.
I have one question, DM.
Yes.
What are we going to do about memories?
We'll get to that when we get to your turn.
Hell yeah, baby.
Okay. And then she will Soul Drain.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see if it hits. Okay. Go
Misses.
ahead and roll me a death saving throw, please.
Private, I imagine?
Yes, please. Okay. She would do it as well. She would phase through you. I need another death
right.
saving throw failure.
Oh, do I roll or do I...
You will.
Okay. Well,
Okay. As she would rend, this time the strike that sort of burrows through your chest is that of her hand. The soul drain that reaches deep within your very body. You can feel her take hold of your very essence. And as she holds it, you can feel that spread. The cold entropy of the abyss now beginning to sort of work its way through your blood, through your heart, through all of the heat, now taking all of it for herself. And as she keeps her hand there, she would walk through you, this wicked sneer on her face as she pushes through your very being, causing it to spread until she wrenches her hand free at the end. Your entire body now convulsing, shuddering. You are standing, having to use Andor to hold yourself aloft.
yeah. Completely disoriented. Alaric is thrown back and forth to this convulsion of damage as he's torn through, just barely on his feet, eyes barely open beneath the swell and bruising on his face.
Okay. Marana.
Oh, sorry, was muted. But we're going for it. We're going into the tree.
Okay.
Not like into its...
What are you attempting to do?
I find the willow face in the center of it. I put my hand to her cheek in a consoling manner, and press my forehead against hers, desperately trying to commune with it, and say, Pale tree, send aid to Tyros, if not only for the souls you harbor, but for the last spark of Thorland's light. And try to interface and beseech help.
Okay. This will be another D100 roll.
Concordance 2.
You will roll this. I'm going to give you a plus 10 to this D100.
Okay. Can I use my inspiration to retry?
Yes, you may. Go ahead and mark off your inspiration. Let's see that roll again.
Ugh.
Let me... Okay. You would feel this pull at your heart. You would feel this sort of sensation.
She is draining my power. Please, offer me vitality.
On your next turn, Marana, you may sacrifice a number of hit dice to add to this D100 roll to try and negate the effects of the mouth.
Got it.
Okay. End your turn, please.
Yeah.
Ashilde, at the start of your turn, you blight for 8.
That's fun because I'm going to Warden's Ointment myself.
Okay. Using your your bonus action to consume a charge. Post the card for me. Perfect. You would heal 10 and end the blighted condition.
Great, and I'm gonna move up behind Anwen. And I've got 5 more. And within 15 feet of Alaric. Alaric is getting...
If it is healing, he's not getting anything.
I thought that was off of him at the end of her turn.
Whenever
He
she
replied
does
it.
soul drain.
She hit him again.
Mm-hmm.
Because he reckless attacked, she can roll at advantage.
She would have hit me every time regardless, by the way. So...
His soul is currently being held by her hand. If you have anything else that can help him with his death saves, now is the time to use it.
I'm sparing the dying.
Okay. Spare the Dying will work, as it will reset his failures. His 2 failures, by the way.
Holy shit. Very clutch, by the way.
Massive, in fact. He
Yep.
rolled a 4 and a 6.
Yeah, we were on our way out. Holy fuck.
Good job. As you would reach out, that power granted you by Athun, this gentle energy that washes over Alaric, you would see his soul, now being pulled from his body, slowly begin to retract, trying to find its home again. Alaric, your death saving throw failures are reset to 0.
Thank you.
Ashilde, that was your action and some of your movement. What else are you doing? Actually, never mind. Go ahead.
Does it become stable? I thought that's what the spell did.
Not anymore.
Not with Death's Door. Because we don't have unconscious or dying anymore, Spare the Dying instead resets all of your death saving throw failures. If he was stable in regular D&D, he would just be unconscious on the ground starting his short rest. He wouldn't be doing anything.
I've already done my bonus and my action.
I do believe that's your turn.
It's my turn.
Understood. Go ahead and hit your end turn, please. Alaric, at the start of your turn, go ahead and roll me a death saving throw failure with a -2 to it, please. Actually,
Sir.
from Spare the Dying, never mind. Go ahead and roll me just a normal death saving throw. Understood. If you would like, please share with us a memory.
Oh god. Yeah, in these these throes that Alaric is in, barely aware of his surroundings, going through these injured motions like a flailing corpse that can't stop twitching. The world, his consciousness, everything all around him begins to glide away from him, falls away from under him, and he's torn into this abstract memory, this terrible, dark, and frightening memory. It is dark, and Alaric is small, 13 years of age, short like a broomstick and just as thin, and all around him men and women, leon in all. In front of him were gallows. 3 men stood on it in a row. At the feet of each of them was a trapdoor. Beside each one of them was a lever. Above each one of them was a noose. And rather calmly, an old lion man lowered them upon their necks, fitting them snug. The brigands, the murderers, they plead for their lives, sputtering and screaming, crying and begging. All around Alaric were the faces of Rowfield warriors, young warriors, unsmiling, like life was a contest at having the least fun. The flames in the surrounding braziers stabbing angrily at the edges of his eyes. Even the ropes festooned around the criminals' necks fluttered with the harsh winds, seeming to nurse as light, just like the crowd. And there was, all around him, this horrible quiet. Everyone holding their breath, expecting a great violent moment to strike like lightning. Looking up, atop the platform from the eyes of little Alaric, a lumbering giant of a lion, covered in streaks of silver fur, steps up to one of the levers. He levels his immense paw against it, but seems to consider for a moment. And through the dark of that horrible, terrible night, he stares across at the crowd, and looks and singles out directly into Alaric's eyes, his squire. And in an instant, by men all around him, Alaric is taken by his arms, child as he was, and he's hauled up to the gallows, kicking, desperately screaming. "No," he shouted. "I won't do it," he yelled. But Drioskar soon had him fast by the neck, hauled him against his will, against that lever. And again he'd said it against his ear. "Do it, Alaric. They killed my wife. They killed my daughters. Do it, Alaric. This is what a man does." But little Alaric wouldn't budge, tears welling in his eyes, down his furiously bloated red cheeks, his hands fighting back the unerring strength of Drioskar's paws atop of his. "No," he screamed, his voice shrill, growing more desperate. "No," he kept yelling, the begging voices of each criminal nagging at his ears, sending his heart into a race, his body into a fighting convulsion there in the arms of Drioskar. And then there was a horrible thought, as each trapdoor swung open, his hand forced against the lever, and like dominoes falling, so too did the bodies of each brigand. One by one, the audible crunch of necks snapping, throats collapsing, except for the third. The third one's neck held. He shook and shuddered, straining and swinging and flailing within the rope that pendulously swung. And Drioskar, with his claw, he took a violent hold of Alaric's jaw and forced him to watch, to look as his body spasmed and went through every death throe until he ceased moving.
Superb. You have an action, bonus action, or your movement.
Yeah. Amidst the chaos of the ongoing battle, Alaric barely stood, his chest heaving with exertion and his heart aflame with what little determination he has left. In the midst of this turmoil, he will seek the wellspring of power very deep within himself, that reservoir of fire that burns at the core of his being. His breathing already heavy, ragged, but his will stronger, fueled by that bottomless fucking tank of rage boiling up inside of him. So DM, closing his eyes, he will sort of delve into the depths of his spirit. He will embrace that searing hate that simmers beneath his skin.
I'm listening.
Slowly, but with increasing intensity, he will feel at the surge of heat welling up in his core, radiating outwards like fucking flames, licking at his veins. We're going to utilize concordance to beseech the flame within.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
We are attempting to use concordance to beseech Shelier, the Wild Father, the one who bestowed upon you the flame, his exarch's dying breath. You, Alaric, for what you have done, for the Elid tree you have saved, for the defeat of the Emperor and your assistance in the wilderness. You'll be rolling this D100 roll with a plus 25.
Okay.
Let's see it.
Can I commit my inspiration to it?
You can do it after you see the roll.
Okay.
Oh my.
Oh my, indeed.
God?
Oh my,
Oh,
indeed.
God.
As you beseech the flame, as you feel a heat begin to roil within your body, it would begin to manifest. The tree beginning to shudder behind you, the very ground beginning to quake. You would hear something answer. A heavy footfall. A slam. Emerging now, clad in brilliant armor. Their entire being radiating with light. A Leonin. Their form angelic. Wings spread across their back. In their hand, held with one hand, a hammer, as bright as the sun. You would hear this voice, deep, as he steps through, almost as if stepping into the very mortal world from that of the spirit realm. You would hear this deep voice.
You don't seem to understand. Tyros is not yours to conquer.
As Driasgar Amberclaw, the Conqueror, joins the
Yes.
initiative.
Oh.
Holy shit. Daddy's back.
I will give you access to his character sheet as you summoned a tier 4 servitor.
Freaking Omni-Man in lion form.
Holy shit.
Why is his summon so much cooler?
Hey man, don't. What do you mean? That one's cool. What the
He will
fuck?
act on your turn. So he acts just like a retainer does.
So right now?
You would gain 3 points of exhaustion as you spend your action to concordance. But now it is Driasgar's turn.
Monka.
Hey yo!
Beat him
Driasgar
bloody.
Amberclaw the Conqueror. Holy fuck.
He is a tier 4 servitor. He's a CR 6. He doesn't have much in the way of active abilities, but he does have one big ability if you read it. Make sure you read the Bright Hammer.
Hold on, I'm super giddy at the moment.
Oh my god, it's him!
Yeah. Ooh, evil creatures hurt more. Oh. Okay, Okay.
He's so pretty.
Okay. Okay, so Daddy's gonna step forward. And he is going to commit one attack to shove his failing dying squire aside.
Sure.
Yep. Bomb. You know what? Hold on, let's make this
I was about to say, you might want to read his aura ability.
Smile.
He's gonna take his place, don't worry. Yeah, aura of protection against evil. You know what? I'm gonna put it here. And then he's gonna swing.
That's it. He is flanking with Onwin.
Indeed, that's why we moved. Well, I mean, Surf's to fold, so he doesn't get fucking stat on. And then to hit. Oh, that's a lot of dice. Hit him, Daddy. Does that hit, boss?
Yes, it does.
Oh. He's gonna swing again.
That's it. And 13 misses.
Yeah. Well, I do believe he doesn't have much for bonus action, so I think that ends there, right?
Indeed.
Very well. Bonk.
Kellen Aldane.
Well, that something just happened.
You'd have seen what is effectively an angel brought to the battlefield in the form of a massive leonin.
Who, by the way, looks remarkably alike to Alaric. Just much cooler, wider, bigger, and imperious.
all that. Okay, no problem.
I just picture Yuria being like fucking Tarosians.
Of course, there's always a bigger one.
And make it up here. Kind of. Sort of. I can make it there. I suppose it's not close enough to touch the thing, is it?
Gotta be touching the tree, brother. Although, with you being that close, when Marana makes her roll, you may, if she were to fail, you may give her your inspiration.
I was kind of trying to do the same thing, but she just beat me to it. Darn movement speed. Hacks.
45 feet versus 30 feet.
Yes. Well, shit. Really need to put some hurt on this stupid thing. And I didn't roll my psychic flame damage last time because I'm dumb and I've never used it before, so I didn't think
All right,
about it.
she is immune to psychic damage.
Oh, so it was wasted anyway, or would have been. She's just immune to everything, isn't she? But she's not immune to arrows, assuming they hit.
Not so far.
Let's say that. Okay, you know what, though? I am...
I was gonna say, you don't have any more of those fancy boy arrows, do you?
I was just thinking about that, and I'm like, oh boy, here we go. My dice, the way they have been behaving, I am dubious, but we shall see. Okay, first... Shit, I don't know. Yeah... This is going to bite me, but maybe not. Alright, we'll try an ashen arrow on her.
Okay.
I don't think it gives me any pluses to hit or anything, but...
No, it does not.
Well, it's just straight up, just roll and pray. Well, I mean... It is a hit, I believe.
It does.
And I don't have any description for the ashen arrow, so linking it's not really useful.
Go ahead and roll all your other damage.
Okay. 14 minus 1. 6. 4. So there's another 10 on top of that.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Put him back.
Oh my god.
Making him bigger by degrees. Then whatever the ashen arrow does.
Okay. I'm going to roll a con save for her. At advantage because of supernatural resistance. Okay. As you knock and fire the ashen arrow, You would watch as it immediately sort of burrows deep, sort of piercing through that shadow-like energy. As it strikes against the mouth, she would sort of turn her attention now, and this sort of muffled eruption within her shadows. She does not take the damage because she succeeded, but she does not get her Holy Union ability back, which means she cannot summon any more undead.
Like forever, or at least for a while.
You just know that she can't summon them anymore. Who knows how long it'll be.
Pops into my head like, oh yeah, she's fucked in that regard.
You would watch as the entities that make up her cloak begin to sort of crumble into ash.
Oh. Good call. At least we don't have to worry about her stupid minion thingy, so that's a plus. Okay. Well, we still have another attack, so hooray.
That's it.
Do the thing. Of course.
12 would miss. This one, now having been drawn to your attention, she would bring Arcturus up, catching and knocking the arrow out of the air. You would see... Why don't you roll me an insight check, Kellen?
Insight? Okay. Where was that? Where was that?
You've seen this look before. She looks desperate. She's about to do something. What are you doing with that information?
I think he'll call out. She's up to something. Brace yourselves.
Very good. Is there anything else on your turn?
No. I don't think I can do anything else. So let's have a bonus action to use. Nope, everything else requires actions because, of course, it does. I don't have any healing really, so. Nope, that's pretty much it.
Okay. Go ahead and end your turn, please. At the start of Silros, that warning is called out. You would watch as she's now seeing a servitor, seeing Driascar appear, seeing Onwin, and all of you sort of gaining this upper hand on her. You would watch as she'd hurl the sword up one final time, as she uses Starlight Crash.
This is it, baby.
Because Kellen called out, you all will be making this roll at advantage.
Dang it. Just at the edge.
I need you all to roll me Constitution saving throws at advantage, please.
All of us?
Everybody in that circle.
I have a question.
Yes.
Never mind.
Okay.
I can't do it.
I held shift, but it didn't actually roll it at advantage.
Same.
Oh. And there's no, like, plus button. How do you roll at advantage now?
It should have given you a prompt instead of shift clicking. It'll ask you situational bonuses.
God. Yeah, it does. I'm just... Okay, well, we'll just do this.
Okay.
So mine was a 17.
18.
Okay.
I did 23.
All right. Yuria, you succeed for half. So 6 necrotic. I need a Constitution saving throw.
Yep, I'll give it to you the moment my screen stops freezing.
Alaric, I need a death saving throw, please.
Ooh. By the time the dust settles, Alaric is crumpled to the ground.
Kellen, you get 6. I need a Constitution saving throw to maintain concentration. Success.
That's not me,
Marana,
Dude.
you are dropped to Death's Door. You are still able to take an action, but doing so on your turn will grant you 3 points of exhaustion.
I have a question.
Yes.
It's my turn. This sword deals damage based on where it is, right?
Right now, the first attack is just a pillar of light that emanates from the blade. Then
No, I'm
falls.
saying the sword. Like, it depends on where it is in the sky, right?
Yes.
Could I use my action to move it?
Ooh. Can you reach 40 feet in the air?
I mean, I would have tried to do it as she sent it up.
So the text on it is that she hurls it, but it teleports. It's not like an actual movement. The blade goes from her hand and teleports 40 feet into the air. Is there something, with it being 40 feet up, is there anything that you could try?
If I had wings, sure, but no, I'm 10 feet out.
Understood. Shilde succeeded. You take 6. Siluril, you succeeded. You would take 6. Did we roll for Shane?
No.
Could you roll for Shane, please? That is a failure. He will take the full 13. He also goes to Death's Door. Then the blade would fall.
As it gets in range, then can I move it?
What are you attempting to move it with?
My telekinesis?
Can you post it for me so I can see it?
I don't know how to post it without using it.
What is the ability occult?
Dragon's voice and all.
Sanction, you target one loose object that is large, small, or willing. See, 30 feet, you can move it up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space for regular house. Ooh, okay. This would be you fighting this magical weapon. I'm going to say you can use it. What I'm going to need is... What are you willing to give up?
I don't know.
How about this? Let's take a break. Let's take 25 minutes. Collect your thoughts. We'll be back in 25 minutes and resume with your turn. We'll be back, chat. Stretch, get some water, drink.
Okay.
I'm back.
I have an idea,
Nice.
but it's gonna hurt.
Very well. We'll let the break conclude, and then I will hear your idea. Until such a time, for those in chat who wish to ask questions, you may ask questions pertaining to the game by using your channel points. A bit of a peek. When Alaric rolled his death saving throw on his turn, he rolled a natural 1.
Fraggle Rock.
Hey, everybody.
Because I just realized exactly how boned we are.
I hope everybody's ready to see Cole. It's good seeing you. Sorry, friend. There.
I take things
Please
now.
don't make me kill Cole.
What? Why? Can have stone vitality back?
Oh my god.
Too soon?
Yeah, that's
So who's
PvP.
your-
That's PvP intent.
Who's your third alt?
Who's the third character you're bringing in? Looks like Casimir's joining the party.
I kill him.
Oh no.
Not my Tarosian.
It's just so I can see your questions better, Mackie. Yeah, usually using channel points to highlight your question. But doesn't appear like many folks are asking questions. So just ask any that you have. Question about the Death Door system. How exactly would something like Protective Spirit work? As it heals every turn as long as they're not incapacitated. Then they would come off a Death's Door.
Oh, with that question, that accumulating -1, does that reset when you're brought back, or do you keep that for the duration of the fight?
You keep that for as long as you're on Death's Door, unless you get Spare the Dying.
Gotcha.
So you could eventually end up with like a -19.
Ooh.
If you Protective Spirit somebody and they go to Death's Door on their turn and they heal, they come out of Death's Door. Because I assume it procs first before they're forced to roll their death saving throws. If it's something that requires them to roll, like, requires them to roll on their turn, or something that you roll on your turn, then they'll do their death save stuff like normal, and then they'll heal. I have no idea of the mechanics in general, but I'm so curious. Does Revivify also have some kind of cost or consequence beyond the material? We haven't had to use it yet, nor do I believe anybody in the party is capable of casting Revivify. So,
Not yet.
once we get to that moment, I'd be more than happy to explain what happens when a soul is brought back. TM, you better have a good-ass day. Thanks, Galthorn. Protective Spirit is a paladin feature. It's at the end of the turn, and it's guaranteed. Protective Spirit.
That's I believe, a redemption paladin thing.
Oh, at 15th level.
Yeah.
The Holy Presence mends your wound. You gain hit points equal to 1d6 half your paladin level if you end your turn in combat with fewer than half your hit points. Is that an aura? Or, oh, you're
That
talking
is-
about...
Yeah, I think-
You end your turn with fewer than half your hit points remaining and aren't incapacitated. So we replaced incapacitated. That little wording there, incapacitated would be unconscious. So, Death's Door. If you go to Death's Door, you don't get your healing spirit. Shrimp will lose that. I didn't want to... So we took away the status effects that take your player action from you. So instead of stun skipping your turn, you still get your action, but you are penalized by the stun condition. So attacks against you have advantage. You can speak falteringly, stuff like that. Paralyzed is now debilitated. Crits are still a thing against you, but you still get to use your action in your turn. So you suffer the effects of the penalties. You just don't get to, your turn doesn't get skipped, and then you spend 35 minutes in initiative waiting for it to get back to your turn. I kind of like Death's Door. I'm glad you like it, Mackie. I'll eventually be releasing the full rules to the public. It's going to go on the Patreon first. However, if you don't feel like supporting the Patreon, which I understand, my VODs are up. They're up on YouTube and on Twitch. So you can go peruse through our VODs to find how we made the Death Store mechanic and go ahead and sort of scrounge it for yourself. I really enjoyed the stream, what I've seen since I joined in. I didn't get to be here at the beginning, but I've watched a good bit and the stream has been awesome. Thank you, Redbeard. Incredibly kind of you. I'm glad you're enjoying it, brother. Cyric, was that dream speech off the cuff of, was that off the cuff or something that you had pre-written?
I would say it was both. I had an idea to write down a memory, but I never got around to doing it, about Alaric's first kill. And I knew that I wanted it to be something associated with Drioscar. But I also wanted it to be something that sort of showcases the character of Drioscar. And in his background, in his backstory, his family was killed by brigands. But I thought Drioscar, being such a lawful man, would abide to the law until the end. And Alaric, being such a weak child, would have used that moment to sort of birth the killer in him. And I thought he would definitely hang him, and he would make Alaric pull the lever. And that's why I came up with that memory. So I already had the notion that he would definitely have Drioscar force him to have his first kill, but the memory itself, as I explained it, right here. But I will say this, I had like 20 minutes to think it over because I knew I was gonna be put on the stand, right? Like,
I put the mic in front of your face.
Yeah. I knew that my turn was coming up. She was gonna hit me. My ass was gonna go down. So I put it together within like those 10 minutes before I got fucking destroyed.
A fantastic job. How many characters do you have in store?
Well, right now he's in Alien Sphere, learning Cometh.
I peel potatoes.
His name is Cole. He's a half-orc.
Ooh, right you are, son. Here you are, another batch of potatoes for you to go ahead and carve on through.
Will axe need, master?
No, you'll just need this. Hands him a little potato peeler.
Tiny in his fat fucking hands.
There you are.
But yeah, I don't have anything thought up. I think Paul will probably remain at the inn. He's sort of sworn to Geralt at this point, so who knows what's in store.
Call has mastery 20 in peeling potatoes.
At least somebody's getting fucking chef's tool proficiency.
What has been your favorite party fight so far? I still think the Inheritor of Sin lives in my head rent-free. Oh, favorite part of the fight so far. Oh, Jesus. Honestly, Alaric catching Alaric catching Arcturus to keep it from fucking clapping his companions. Him sort of jumping up to meet this supernatural force.
We got very lucky with that roll, by the way.
Is the purple circle the actual range of the star? Yes. The pillar of light is massive. Blake did have some great moments against the Inheritor.
Yeah, he really did mano-y-mano him. I also think the Title Hunter Part 2 fight.
That's a very close, like, it's definitely my top 3. There's just some weird, crazy shit happening in SOE.
SOE DOA, it's like, here's the wildest shit you can encounter, and here's the worst people to be put in this position.
Hey, kids, want to see an old spell? Disjunction.
I feel like he disabled my gallbladder. What the fuck?
Oh! What have you
My
done?
pancreas.
That's the hardest working pancreas this side of the world.
You've drank so many potions that your fucking liver becomes magical.
There's got to be some, like, supernatural effect that happens to your body where you're just chugging, like, potions every day. There's got to be some, like, taking too many vitamins. Your fingernail beds start, like, being a deep crimson color type shit.
The wizard's just like, well, I pee blue now.
I can't help myself.
That's just what happens now.
The Title Hunter fight, I feel, Ellen, was... it definitely had that epicness, because I feel like it was a Final Fantasy fight. It was like a boss that had 3 phases. He got, like, his Sephiroth, like, phase at the end.
And I'm still mad I didn't hit him with the rock.
Aperon was popping off, aside from a rock throw.
I love the preamble to it. It was very ceremonious.
That's right. I remember you guys like wanting to talk to him. Oh no, you guys were summoned.
Yeah.
And the knights rolled up, and they basically flanked the side of the road, and then he manifested.
They formed like a hailing file on each end of the road. They put out their swords in an arc, and he rolled up. It was pretty badass.
What's the D&D equivalent of Rippets? I don't have it.
I got a lesson today. I want them.
Got a lesson today? Who's teaching you about Rippets?
A couple of my friends, both of who serve, were talking about Rippets, like the tiger one, and how it is godlike, and how you don't sleep.
It's godlike because it's cocaine. Rippets is it's an energy drink that's often drank by the military overseas.
It sounds amazing. And I quote, you know, when you get 3/4 the way down the can, you start getting this feeling in your chest, and you don't know if it's a heart attack or greatness.
Jesus, you do not want Rippets. I can assure you that.
Sorry, my brain rubber banding back to SOE DOA for a hot second. The uses of the immovable rod.
Oh, yeah, Zafina capturing the sinful Inquisitor with the immovable rod. Jesus.
That was beautiful.
just hearing the whole party, peg him! Peg him!
That was literally our entire chat.
Finally managing to catch him, and he's just like, yeah, I give up. You got me.
Well, yeah, we didn't know he wasn't a bad guy at the time.
Yeah, no way of knowing. Good thing Alaric didn't win the election then. Jesus, Hale.
What election?
The one in lore chat where they dubbed Morana the High Queen.
Oh yeah, very short-lived monarchy hiss.
Yeah.
Scheduling conflicts. That's all I'll say on it. What happened with an immovable rod? The Bard in our previous Sunday game used the immovable rod to basically pin a very mobile enemy down to the ground. Basically stopped him from being able to use a lot of his kit.
Yeah, she like crammed her hand into his like armor and was just like, dink.
I've got a question for you, Crown.
What you
Out
got?
of the plethora of NPCs you've made over the campaigns, is there one that you like? Atomic has one, and I'm curious if you have one too. One that you love above all else.
Yeah,
Like your baby.
Gerald.
Who?
Gerald.
Gerald?
I like him a lot. I think what really spurred me liking him was that the party liked him a lot.
We're like, oh my god, that's a whole dad right there.
Another NPC I liked was Arnold. Arnold was a lot of fun to play. He was the blacksmith that the party, the forge cleric that the party befriended and saved his daughter. Shane's been a ton of fun. Shane was some NPC I made basically with chat as like one of the few nice people in the ferry. And I didn't think anything special of him. I was just like, yeah, he's just gonna offer to like drive a carriage for them. Like he'll be their guy to get him back to Elion. And then the party very gently put a hand on Shane's shoulder and said, "You're our son now." And Shane went, "What?"
Oh god, Arnold's fucking exorcism lives rent-free in my head too.
Absolutely. Stands up, sort of pushes one side, audible pop, pushes to another side, sort of stretching this low groan. He grabs his hammer and just swings against Oberon's face.
Literally, I think I was left with 1 hit point. That's one way to get ghosts out of you.
Yeah, big on. Now, who's your least favorite? Like, character I enjoyed playing the least?
Yeah, maybe the vibes were off.
Who do I still regret playing? I had an NPC that I regretted playing.
Which campaign?
That's what I'm trying to remember. Ha! I know who it is. Morose.
That guy.
He's He's a very shitty person. And I always get a little bit of an ick playing him.
Like, there's villains, and then there's just shitty people.
Yeah, villains, I'm like, the party can destroy them, kill them, what have you. But, like, if you're just a fucking asshole, the party's not, like, most parties aren't going to kill you.
Yeah, you're not full of murder hobos.
Indeed. So he's just a very, like I brought him into TOS, and then I immediately regretted bringing him into TOS. I was like, oh, this would be a fun guy. And then I played him and I went, ugh. Like, ugh.
Like, ooh, I remember now.
Yeah, ugh. We'll get rid of him. He had a fucking heart attack in his shop or some shit like that. Okay. Coming back from the break, is everybody here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Laura, what is your idea?
I offer half my hit dice. Will you let me move?
Half of your
Exert
hit
myself?
dice.
Will you let me move?
Move the sword?
No, me. Silver, will you let me move?
Where are you trying to move to?
I would like to move within 15 feet of Alaric before he takes damage to die.
Oh. What would you be trying to prevent?
Because if I can get there, I can trade places with him and move him out of the ring, and he will not take damage from it.
Move him out of the ring.
Because he's a creature. If I move within 15 feet of him, say like here, I can trade places with him, and then he will be here. Then I can use my telekinesis to move him 30 feet out of the radius of the blast.
Oh. The issue. Ooh. The issue is that this would have all gone off before you'd be able to even move. Ooh, see, I thought you were trying to grab the sword.
There's no way I could. It has a 40-foot radius, so even if I moved it, it would still hit him. Because he's 10 feet away from her. So even if I ran and jumped, which I can jump 10 feet in the air if I run for 10 feet, it wouldn't matter.
You know, DM, I just considered something too. We're still within the term of me rolling my death save. Couldn't I technically re-roll that with my inspiration that I still have?
It's been a whole two people going now.
Oh, it has?
You'd have called that on your turn, bro. Yeah, Kellen already did his turn.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I? But I thought I just had my death save.
I think he means the one from taking damage.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, we're still in it. Everybody's still rolling cons for that attack.
Yes, you may.
Oh, cool. Okay. Oh, mm.
So with him doing that, with him spending his inspiration, I'm going to say you're going to have to use your turn to do something else.
Let's not get excited. I still have to roll. Let's see. Oh, shit.
Call that out next time when it happens.
Yeah. I mean, still within the roll, so Hopefully not too aggravating. I was quite stunned.
I think people are already grieving for you, so remember your abilities.
Woo! Good thing we took a break, everybody.
Okay. Now the sword falls.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. I need you to roll a con save for. I also need to roll a con save for Driaskar.
That's right. That's right. Sorry.
Actually, I don't have to roll for Anwen. I forget she is immune to necrotic damage.
Does he get advantage? Oh,
He does,
Oh, he does.
because Kellen called it out. Very Alaric rolls.
Yeah, very hard. Yeah.
Alright,
Still me.
He would take. Actually, he is immune to necrotic as well.
Oh, he'd take nothing.
Indeed. Instead, it is going to be Onwin, Ashilde, Driaskar, and Alaric all rolling dexterity saves.
So then, when it falls and gets closer to the ground, then could I move it?
How far away are you? Where are you moving it?
30 feet this way.
Okay. You would spend Null to be able to do this. Okay. The blade, as it slams, colliding into the ground, finding no purchase, returns to her hand. Catastrophe avoided. That was your action, Siluro.
Okay. Ooh.
It's your turn. What else are you doing with your turn?
I don't have anything else.
Okay. Are you staying there?
Would move.
All right.
An action to use other people on other people, right?
To use, yes, 2 items on other people.
Right.
Oh.
Fuck.
Where are you going?
I didn't do anything.
I need you to roll me a death saving throw for Shane.
Where are they on the sheet?
It'll be over his health. You'll see the skull with the check and the X. Click that skull.
I don't have that.
When you open up his character sheet,
There's no skull for me.
double click his token on the map. That should bring up his character sheet. And then you should see the skull icon.
I mean, I have his character sheet open. That's how I've been using his abilities, but there is no skull.
I know, I'm saying go to the close out of that sheet and open him from the battle map. Still not saying it?
I don't think I have the ability to see what you see.
Okay, I will roll for him. Okay. He is on death's door, which means he gets an action, a bonus action, or a movement. What is he doing on his turn?
Oh, fuck. I didn't...
He still gets his retainer abilities.
I know, I forgot that he gets to have an action. I would have handed in my healing item. He will call Warrior's Heart. And he will attack the shade.
Okay. Let's see the two attacks. 16 hits. You are private rolling currently. 7 and 6. And a 12 just hits, meeting its armor class. He regains 8 hit points and is no longer on death's door. However, he used his action, so he does gain 3 points of exhaustion. Okay.
He's moving.
Oh, that's his turn. He just came off death's door. He doesn't get the rest of his movement and stuff. He used his action while on it.
Got it.
All right. Yuria.
After surviving yet another apocalyptic explosion, Yuria begins waltzing back. And by waltzing, I mostly mean limping. Spitting blood. She would sort of almost inherit this, like, managerial effect. Looking over. Shane, are you alright? Oh, good, you killed that thing. Morana, stop hugging the tree and shoot the bitch! And she would cast, Hera's Weird Reconstruction on Morana again.
Okay. Just making sure she's within 60 feet.
And I bleed her again.
My
I love this
God.
ability.
Gargalad is a fickle entity.
And she bleeds even more.
So Morana shoot the bitch and then attacks Morana.
The tendrils of Gargalad hunger. There is this almost manic feeling from Gargalad at the presence of this entity, this mouth, this figure who has caused so much turmoil, so much pain. Your own emotions are now affecting Gargalad, and he lashes out. Morana, you bleed, I believe. Let me double check. Okay. You bleed for 5 rounds. So, because you are bleeding on death's door, you will roll your death saving throws at disadvantage.
Mutimus.
Didn't you go before me?
Ooh.
Alright, well, you know what? Fuck it. We're gonna pull out the Ichor Bomb and toss it at the mouth as a bonus action.
Okay.
As long as we're throwing the dots around.
We're within 30 feet. Okay. Hurling, again, another thing from the facility. This ancient piece of equipment. Throwing it, it would erupt against the mouth.
Well. After fucking up weird reconstruction, letting her sort of mood, giving Gogglite too much leeway and bleeding, she would wince, but unable to do anything about it, she would quickly sort of pull out this old archaic bomb thing, one of the mouse minion's own devices, and toss it. Before it even explodes, she'd be turning on her heels to sort of limp away from the potential apocalyptic explosion. Moving a little farther. That'll be my turn.
Okay. It is Onwin's turn. Inspired by Drewscar having survived all of the various explosions and mostly being unaffected by the sort of collapsing stars, I think. Marana is bleeding. And Marana wields Banshee's Light. She's going to use Banshee's Pain. Onwin targets a friendly soul within 60 feet of her. I do believe you are well within 60. You are. And swaps vitality with that creature. So she needs to beat a DC equal to 10 plus the CR of the creature. You are level 6, so she needs to beat a DC 16 Constitution saving throw. That is a failure. If she fails, she loses double the amount of hit points she'd heal. Okay. So she's going to suffer a fat 40 points of damage. She's going to restore Marana for 20. That is sadly her action, however. Now she is actually bloody. But Marana is no longer on death's door. The mouth of the Iron Duke goes. She will bleed 4, 5. She will blight for 3. Actually, sorry, she will blight for 2. Because we round up for the players. Oh, seeing Driascar seeing Onwin, she's not gonna 1v1 him. She looks almost mortified seeing what is effectively an angel apparate. I think she is going to bamf with her shadow walk. She's going to pass through Ashilde. So that you would take 8 points of necrotic damage.
Ew.
This attack would be at disadvantage, but because you are reckless, it would be just a flat roll. I think she wants Alaric dead.
Fair enough.
Can I use my reaction to try and trip her?
There's nothing to trip. She passes right through you.
Fuck.
I think she is going to use she's going to swing with Arcturus against the Ashilde, and then make a soul drain attack against Alaric. This will be against the Ashilde. Slashing across you, Ashilde, you enter Death's Door. As she would rend the blade through Ashilde's form, her hand would turn. This curling, clawed hand grasping at the vestiges of your soul, Alaric.
This is it, baby. Hold me.
I need you to roll me a death saving throw failure with a -4.
-4.
As she would rend her blade through Ashilde, her hand curling, she almost has this terrible sneer as her eyes lock with Driaskar, with Kellen, with Marana, and you would watch with this terrible rip. You would watch as the entirety of Alaric's soul is torn from his corpse. She would shadow step. Seeing another entity who is weak, she would shadow step to Shane. Marana.
Okay. Gritting her teeth and growing more desperate. Just looks to Kellen. I've got this. End her. I'm going to give it 2 of my healing, 2 of my hit die.
Okay. This will be a 1D, or this will be a D100 plus 30. You're down to 4 hit dice.
Yep. Oh,
Oh, indeed.
summons the dead. Get that bitch.
Hot damn.
Uh-huh.
I didn't expect that result either.
Yeah, neither did I.
Are we just like poltergeisting here? Just letting them all in? Or out?
I think actually what happens is instead of summoning a servitor, I think you become inhabited.
Uh-oh.
I think a very powerful spirit manifests itself within you. And you
I have an idea.
feel a surge of power sort of begin to sort of manifest. Let me check the servitor table real quick.
I have an idea for who the spirit might be.
Let me double check. Okay. Manifesting now, worn at your back like this menacing, looming shadow. You would hear what sounds like scraping steel. Sort of at your back, now becoming even more imposing, you would see feathers outstretched. These long black wings tipped with red. You would watch as she draws her hand now across the ground, a scythe forming in her palm as Loch Lyra joins the fray.
Summon more.
She will go at the end of your turn. That is your action to summon Loch Lyra, the former Ebonwing matriarch.
And, I gotta measure. Bonus action, gonna try and get my hit points back up. With a healing elixir, because that's a bonus action for me.
Okay. Healing yourself for 10, no longer bloodied.
And just give a look to Loch Lyra, a long glance forward to the mouth, and a nod.
Okay.
And then 45 feet of movement.
Even better, Loch Lyra is going to use Ebonwing's March as her hero action. All allies within 60 feet of her can use their full movement speed to move without provoking AOPs. No. Everybody will get a chance to move as Loch Lyra brandishes her scythe forward, and this power of undeath allows you to move not on your turn, to get closer.
Okay, we are gonna be hauling ass then.
We can only move closer.
Huh?
Asking Dan if we can only move closer.
Yes, it is just her movement ability to allow all of the marshals to get within range. There you go.
Actually, no, I would.
So that doesn't mean that, like, we can move to get away.
You could. It allows you to move your full movement without provoking AOPs. Ooh,
And that's my turn.
She'd have moved before using. Okay. That have been her hero action. We are going to then allow her to go her full. She is going to use Energy Siphon. She's going to use it against Ciliana.
Hot damn.
Oh.
That is 26 points radiant damage. Ciliana cannot heal. You would watch as Lochlira pulls, doing a very similar move to what she had just done to Alaric. And you would hear this.
You will perish at their hands.
And then she's going to use the rest of her movement, the rest of her fly speed, to join the fray. Ashilde, you are on death's door. I need a death saving throw. For,
I know,
death saving
I
throw,
know.
please.
Yeah. Why did she move? Oh, okay.
Okay. Also, remember, these rolls are private. Please give me a memory.
Before that, I think I want to make it clear that Silril would have used movement to stand where Shane was.
Okay.
Ashilda would be in Arias in the library studying over the tomes, starting to inscribe her first runes on her arms using a mixture of different things like crushed up gemstones, different regions to affect the ink to make it do what she needs to do. The echoes of her peers and her teachers telling her just to go back to Harkin's Deep echoing in her head, but as stubborn as she is, she won't relent. After finding this book by what she thought was some miracle, she's inscribing these runes of Dwarvish and Elven up her arms, trying to effect some means for her to gain control, that get off that path that everyone says she's bound to be on. There was a human who talked to her constantly. His name was Alfred. And he was talking to her, telling her that what he did for the day, and she's just kind of paying him no mind. He's vying for her attention, but she's so focused, she doesn't even notice the very fragile crystalline flowers that he made her by conjuring and transmuting, because she's just so focused on this is what she's going to do. And as he's talking, she snaps at him. And he walks away dejected. And before she realized what she did, she looks up and he's already gone. And that doubt, that feeling of selfishness she felt, just kind of seeping through her as one of her many regrets.
Okay. You have an action, a bonus action, or your movement.
I'm going to heal myself.
Okay. Okay. That is in private.
That one's
You heal for 9 and you take 3 points of exhaustion. You are no longer on death's door.
That's okay.
Okay. That is your turn. Kellen.
Didn't you tell me I should move, Trioscar?
Sorry, yes. It's Driascar's go.
Yeah. So, yeah, vengeance comes in the form of a lion man. Who doesn't do something so tasteless as walk. He floats. And he's going to swing Bright Hammer.
That's it. E14 misses. I think out of her current fear and desperation, she's going to use her reaction just in case to cast her last first level spell slot for Aberrant Barrier.
22, yeah?
22.
Well, she's right to
25,
be
that's
afraid. She's right to be afraid.
Sorry, that should be that. The first one she erects the barrier for. This second swing, thundering, sort of slamming through it, causing the shield to almost buckle under the weight of this pure light hammer. This time, as she reels from the swing, it would be her bringing up Arcturus, using the flat of the blade to catch the hammer with the barrier to stave off these devastating swings. Kellen. If you're talking, brother, I can't hear you.
Sorry about that. I was also muted. Is this a boulder right here? Just some big rock?
It appears to be a rock inscribed in some language.
Weird. Is it like really high up?
It's maybe 5 feet off the ground.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say like hop on it for some height, but
Yeah, it's 5 feet.
so hop up on it and draw 2 arrows and keep one. Kind of like he'll stick one in his teeth and fire the first one.
That's it.
Boy. She still has Hunter's Mark on her, I believe, or she should.
She does.
Good. Is my fuck with me? Hell yeah.
26 hits.
Okay, so 7. Another 10. Okay. Just making sure I'm not doing this wrong. That's fine. That's fine. think the only thing that's weird is Colossus Slayer. I think that only gets done once, right? Yes. Okay, cool. All right. Sorry, I had to make sure I didn't screw anything up. All right. He pulls the second arrow from his teeth, and then he draws and aims, trying to be extra careful, and fires the last one.
That's it.
Ooh.
24 hits.
Holy shit.
Not bad. Don't do that.
It's okay. I get an additional bit of damage, though.
Indeed.
Another 8.
Perfect. And this is with an ashen arrow, right?
No, that was these are just normals.
Oh, okay.
I only have one ashen arrow, and I should probably save it for something very important.
As she is struck, this final arrow penetrating the aberrant barrier and colliding with her body, you would watch as she's almost sent forward, having to catch herself with Arcturus. You would watch as her entire body begins to convulse. The strange negative energy that she had been exuding now begins to almost bubble up. You would watch as she sort of begins to sort of twitch violently. You would see her head sort of crack violently to one side and then twist to another. Her arms now bending at unnatural angles. All three of you that are around her, you would see how her form morphs. There's something very familiar with how she morphs. Why don't Siluriel, Marana, and Yuria all roll me history checks? Okay. You would see how her body is convulsing, beginning to sort of snap and break and begin to swell. The shadows now clinging to her, beginning to pull from the nearby trees and sort of hold to her frame. You would watch as her head rears back, this bellowing roar as her head transforms, no longer that of Ciliana, but instead this terrifying shadow maw. The terror. You would hear the bellowing roars begin to sound out, louder and louder. She is bloodied.
What?
Fuck.
Finally get a kill shot. Just kidding.
As you have brought her to bloodied, she loses all of her remaining spell slots. She does not recharge her villain actions. What else are you doing on your turn?
Oh, wow. Seeing that, I don't know. I guess I don't have any actions left. I was going to say, like, Rana was doing touchy-feelies on the tree, but I don't know if I can do that at this point.
You use your action, you can do it next time. Next turn.
Yeah, that'll have to be next turn. So.
Sure. Go ahead and, unless
Is
you're
Hunter's
staying there
Mark-
on the rock.
Is Hunter's Mark still active on
Absolutely.
her? So she is now the terror.
Her body is breaking down. It is struggling to sort of maintain forms. Sort of whatever's happened to her, her form is transforming. And in one of those transformations, she showed her face to be that of the terror.
Gotcha. Okay, well then I guess, yeah, that's all I have for now. There you go.
Silura.
She dropped her shield and becoming bloodied.
Her shield is still up.
There's no point in grappling her because she could just fade out. I guess we'll swing.
Let's see it. You are flanking with Driaskar. 16 misses. She already used her reaction. Both swings in this violent transformation of hers, something within your heart stirs, this feeling of fear, seeing the terror's face. As you strike, your sword clashes against the aberrant barrier. Anything else on your turn?
All I got.
Okay.
I think she would see the face of the terror and stop breathing.
What is
She would run and hide behind this like bush area here and throw a javelin.
Okay. Let's see. Would he have thrown before he moved? Because if he's thrown from here, it'll be a disadvantage.
Sure.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Let's see that attack roll. A similar terror clings to Shane's heart. As he would throw, the throw is faltering, especially with a -3 from the exhaustion. As he hurls it, it sort of sputters, catching in the air and then retracting, him barely able to catch it. He would then run and try to find some cover in the trees. Yuria.
Okay. Jesus. Seeing this revelation, Yuri's heart would once again have a flurry of fear and anger at this sort of realization that all of their problems really do seem to stem from one creature, one entity. But seeing Silaril's breath caught, seeing the javelin whirling past, shakily and wildly off-center, Yuri would herself try to relax as she casted her last weird reconstruction on Siluril.
On who, sorry?
Siluril.
Okay. Okay. Siluro, you will heal for 7, and you are bloodied, so.
I'm not bloodied.
Yuri is.
Oh,
I'm blooded, which means
damn. Okay.
something wrong.
No. Go ahead.
With you successfully healing Siluro for 7, Gogglead's tendrils finally lash out. Not against your own companions this time, but against a creature of your choice within 30 feet.
Yeah, so Yuria would heal Siluril and see once again that hunger. Herself bleeding, I guess so close to Gogglead, the actual blade, dog that is especially hungry right now. And just before it strikes at its Cyril, she would redirect her other hand and shout, "No, that one." And the actual blade would surge forth, almost of its own volition, striking at the mouth and nicking it, and the blood would sort of pool around the blade. Once transparent, would take on the color of the mouth's own blood before returning to the sheath like a loyal dog.
Fantastic.
And then she bleeds for 2.
She does, indeed. It adds to the bleed counter. Which I believe, because she has resistance, she is bleeding for 6.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you staying there?
Do I have anything else? I think we're gonna circle around. You know what? Actually, she would move here, sort of putting herself between Shane and the terror, looking over her shoulder to glare that cold helm at him. Get back in the fight. And then she would turn back, and that would be her turn.
Okay. Ooh. I think Lady Onwin would join the fray. She would try to make her attacks against Ciliana. All right. Another massive strike as the body begins to again violently convulse. This strike causing the shadows along her back to burst, like something pushing out through the seam. You would watch as more shadows begin to erupt. This mass on her back, now this sort of roiling black flame. Her eyes look panicked. There's almost this waning sort of semblance of self within her eyes. Is the mouth of the Iron Duke's turn. She is going to use Concordance. With the Iron Duke.
Very good.
Can I counter Concordance?
You can try on your turn. Plus her CR. She is going into this roll with a plus 35.
Oh boy,
Those,
we're so boned.
You would watch her bringing her hands up, clutching at her own chest. Oh, merciful Duke, guide your mouth. Spare me. As her body still continues this sort of violent transformation, you would watch the area around you grow darker. This terrible manifestation at the edges of your vision. You would hear it. This guttural breathing, low and metallic, almost raspy, like it's barely able to breathe properly. You would watch as her form begins to twist. From her body, another entity of shadow. Long, spindly arms stretch out. These jagged, almost freakishly long fingers now curling into a fist as it presses a hand to Ciliana's back, sort of bending at the elbow. Another arm emerging out, once again pressing to her back and gripping at the shadows that are there. You would hear a sickening rip of sinew and muscle as her entire back spasms. She would begin to bleed out negative energy around her, creating this terrible aura. I need Yuria, I need everybody within 20 feet of her to roll me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Is that an attack?
No, this is an AoE.
I think I'd like to use my inspiration.
To re-roll your save? Understandable.
Yeah.
Let's see it.
Would that be me as well?
Yes, that'd be you as well.
Shit.
You have a -4 to this save. Okay.
You're still rolling private.
It was an 8, chat.
Triascar is unaffected, and I believe, as is Onwin. The only people who are affected is Ashilde. Ashilde, your exhaustion goes up. Your exhaustion is at 7 as this negative energy floods outwards. Unable to cling to Siluro, unable to cling to Marana, and unable to cling to Yuria, you would feel it wash over you like a tidal wave. You would feel your very vitality being pulled from you. And with a successful concordance roll of 132, unable to control herself any longer, wounded permanently, she would vanish. You would hear that gasping breath, that strange metallic sound linger for several moments as the hands that had sort of clutched at her back very gently now take her, and as they surround her body, she would give this strained, painful look. You would see blood smeared along the side of her face, leaking out of the corner of her eyes, her nose, the corner of her mouth. A portion of her skin split up the length of her jaw and out her cheek. sort of exposing the muscle beneath. Her eyes would lock with you, Furia.
Yeah?
She doesn't say anything, but there's this hateful stare.
Can I respond?
How are you responding?
Not to her, but as she sort of suffers through the negative energy and holds out, that hearing that rasping breath, she would scream out, Leothric! You don't need to protect your own poison.
Ooh. Roll me a persuasion roll.
Give me a minute.
What are you looking for, brother?
Sorry, I was just I was checking through my notes. Unfortunately, one note kind of broke on me, so all my hyperlinks are fucked. So I had to go find what I was looking through manually. And of course, my epic persuasion rolls coming in as usual.
I'm going to roll a private roll. A 15 was the DC. High. Okay. As you call out to Leothric, as you call out to the former Duke, now transformed, twisted by the abyss, you would watch or hear almost this cry of pain. Not of the raspy voice or the breathing, but of Ciliana. You would see the hands almost tighten around her, sort of forcefully so, clenching tightly, like one would throttling a neck. There is a struggle in these shadow hands and how they hold Ciliana before ushering her away to safety. But you would know, this sick satisfaction fed to you by Gagalad, that the next time you encounter Ciliana, everything you've done, she won't heal. Next time you fight her, all of her tricks will be gone. She's not healing from this fight.
Yeah, Yuria would definitely. If Gogalad's feeding her that sensation, she's reveling in the vengeance. That moment of inflicting suffering on someone you hate and enjoying it. A twisted sense of justice.
Very good calling out to Leothric. I like this so much, I'm going to give you a point of inspiration, actually.
Yes.
As Ciliana has been ushered away with a successful concordance roll, her wounds unable to mend, and the next time you encounter her, weaker than she was today, combat is over. A companion lays upon the ground. They're in their final moments. You're free to move around, move your tokens.
Where did she go?
No. No, no.
Where did she go? Sora would look around, expecting to see her pop out somewhere.
I think having seen that look, calling out and hearing the cry, Uriel would sneer. She's gone.
Oh, damn it.
Uriel would take a step and then immediately, stumble, shaking. Adrenaline and blood. Blood leaving adrenaline, along with adrenaline from her body. She would then begin to almost quake in her breathing.
Is everyone alright?
Shielda would have collapsed from exhaustion, her eyes settling on Alaric.
All of you would have heard a sort of sputtering breath from here.
Tears streaming down her face.
Nice.
I think Cyril would kind of run and slide down to his side. Hey. Going to be alright? Alaric?
Yeah,
For
you would.
clarification, so you understand. Sorry, just so that way it's understood by everybody. This would be your final moments.
Yeah, you would find Alaric Crobane lying on his back. There was a brief rustle of turning dirt, kicking sediment as his body sort of rolls over in a spasm. And you'd see his mouth hanging slack, blood gurgling, hissing rasps, sputters. His gaze seems fixed on the angelic silhouette of the only father he's ever known, and the hardening diorama of a short life that, in its final moments, seems to have been far too short and full of a potential cast uncaringly to the wind. But as Siluriel approaches, his gaze, lolling, sort of adjusts to her presence. And her face, her nearness, it draws a smile, a wan, last-ditch effort of a smile that leaks across his face. And you would see his right hand limp against his abdomen, sort of weakly reaching out for her.
It's alright. She's gone. Can someone get over here and heal him?
It's okay. Silver. It's okay.
Shut up.
No. Listen. He, summoning that last bit of strength, sort of rolls over onto his arm and makes for her hand. Most of him seems ruined, but in that grip is what's left of his strength. And he'll look her in the eyes, her face, and speak in this tired rasp. You'd have died fighting in the war a long time ago. The rest was all a gift. Grateful for it, though. Silverel,
Stop it.
I've always loved our talks.
Stop it.
And slowly, fadingly, Alaric's body goes rigid. His fingers etched around her wrist. His eyes glazing over. As the last tear he'll ever shed very gently goes down his cheek.
No. Why is no one doing anything? What about you? She turned to look up at the angel. You're some kind of god or something. Help him!
I am no god, only a man. He would turn his attention down, looking at his squire, his son.
You're a god to him. Yuria pulling off the helmet. This vehemence at Drieska. You're the one who pushed him to this rage, this recklessness. Yet you come here dressed like a hero.
DM, can you check your messages?
Oh no. I think Silra would fall. Kind of just gripping at like his chest and shaking him and almost beating at him. She wails.
Yuria has to look away. Sort of the jaw tightening, clenching teeth, trying to keep her composure. She swallows. He's not lost to us entirely. If we can get him back to Eliond. She has the crystals, the diamonds. We just need the coin. Right? She kind of looks to a shield for confirmation. But you can tell in her face she's not looking for a no or complications to that problem.
Shilde is on her knees, speaking up at the sky almost silently.
A shillelagh.
Fear. Yes.
You may roll. You will have a minus 25 to your roll.
I was gonna ask, did that go up since then at all?
What have you done for Ithun?
I've been trying to continually press for the Order of the Eye, trying to continue on magically trying to learn since she is knowledge, trying to help people.
I am going to say trying is not enough. You can roll me a D100 minus 25.
Okay. Nope.
As you beseech the air, the cries of your companions in your ear, you would watch as the twin moons above you flicker, the pale moonlight cast upon you growing dim, attempting to connect your mind, your soul to Ithun, the scarred scholar. You find only quiet. Marana.
Marana, for her part, had, upon realizing what was happening, stared for a long moment and then kind of turned into Anwin as if to more or less sob to her chest. Even though this woman is ghostly.
There is still that sort of tangible sense, that feeling, that presence, as Anwin very gently embraces you, holding you in her arms. You would feel the gentle hand of Lochlira at your back, sort of pulled between these two spirits. You would hear quiet comforts.
I am sorry, my dear. Would that I could have done more.
Was that Lochlira?
That was Anwin.
Anwin.
Sorry, I have one female voice. I do
I know,
apologize.
it's fine. She continues to sniffle. It's more than that at this point. And then she notices Lochlira. Please. I know it's not your people's way, not entirely. But is there anything you can do to... He was here to help. He was going to help the tree, to help it grow again. Please, if not for him, then for your kind. Please.
As you look to Lochlira, you would recognize that familiarity that you had seen before, when you had first encountered her spirit after her defeat. You would see her eyes wandering, her attention drifting, and as you call out to her, she would look at you with this renewed empathy, as if seeing you crying for the first time.
Oh, my dear, you needn't cry.
Gently, the hand would come up, sort of wiping away at your tears. You would remember Lochlira, after Gogolad, is fractured. saw the ping, Siller.
I wasn't trying to ping.
Understood. Real quick. Kellen, what are you doing?
I think he's been kind of watching from this perch for a moment, a little stunned. And he kind of he just lowers the bow and undeploys it. And he's about to lift his hand to his chest to do a kind of like a Grey Watch salute for the fallen comrade. And he stops partway. And he turns around and then presses his hand to the face on the tree instead. Like on its forehead or something. Which I think is like here, correct?
Indeed.
Yeah. And closes his eyes and tries to do the thing that he's never done really, or at least not knowingly before, to commune with the tree.
As you place your hand to the tree, to the pale eyelid tree, the face twists. The tree's limbs writhe. You would hear a low groan. You would hear a voice within your own mind.
Child of Thorle, what do you seek?
Is this like a mental conversation or?
In your head?
With his brow furrowed and not. Oh, why did I move? Sorry. With his brow furrowed and kind of it's like trying to concentrate or hold this sensation. Oh, he came here to restore you, or to try. And now one of our champions has fallen. We want to defeat that creature that was hurting you, or whatever she was doing. But I fear that in order to actually defeat her, we'll need him. Is there any way that your powers could be used instead to bring him to us?
You ask much of me.
I do. I apologize for that. I'm just not sure we'll succeed without him. And if there's some way that I can help, an offering of myself even, sacrifices the duty.
Interesting.
You would give your life for him.
Is that what it requires?
Much of my power was spent, and has been. It has waned for many years. This is but the last fruit.
And what becomes of you after?
I return to the earth. The spirits move on.
Is there anything of you that remains afterwards?
A spark. A small glimmer of hope. But it is so weak, so precious. Even but a small breeze can snuff it out.
If this is what it requires, then at least tell me how to nurture that spark so that it doesn't go out, so that I can pass that on to whoever comes after.
Kellen Aldane, are you willing to give your life to bring Alaric back?
I don't want to die, if that's what you're asking. But
That is what I'm asking. How far, how much are you willing to sacrifice?
seeing how broken up everyone is. I mean, I personally don't want to lose my character, but Kellen is all about the duty, Grey Watch for life and all that.
Then you have a choice.
Then he would make it the dealer's choice at that point.
Oh no, brother. This choice is yours. The tree is offering its final bits of power. Whatever is left, this fluttering flame, it is willing to use to take you and bring him back.
Oh boy.
However, you would also know, as you've been made aware, that this level of sacrifice, giving yourself to bring back Alaric, who knows what will happen to your body? You may become the next Elid tree. Or you wait and try to get him back first before you use whatever remains of this tree's power.
Well, again, as much as I don't want to lose my character, I don't think that he would really hesitate. I mean, there would be some natural instinctual hesitation, but I think he'd grit his teeth and he'd say, very well. And I have a moment before you do whatever it is you do.
You may gather your thoughts. Speak your mind. I will be here when you are ready.
I just want to say goodbye.
Understood.
And still with his hand on it, he'd kind of turn and he'd pinch the bridge of his nose. And that frustrated sigh, like this isn't how he wanted to go out, but I'm going to try to bring Alaric back.
Is he approaching us, or is he just over by the tree when he says that?
Now, he isn't letting go of the tree.
It takes a minute, I think, for Yuria to hear that, and then another minute for her to understand what he just said. So much so she's paused in her grief-stricken vitriol, stunned as she turns towards the tree. Can I even see him behind the rock?
It's only like 5 feet high, so
Yeah,
yeah.
you can see.
Oh, okay. What? I'm sorry. What did you say?
I don't have a lot of time, so I have a moment to say goodbye. I don't know what it's going to cost.
If you're saying goodbye, it sounds like you know very well what it's going to cost. What are you doing?
Bringing him back. Just, whatever happens, just take care of yourselves. If any of you make it to Nelinor, you tell my family.
We can bring him back to Elion. We have options here.
We don't know that, do we?
What is wrong with you Terosians? One man dies and you all start leaping off of cliffs for him?
Welcome to Tyros.
She runs her hands through her hair.
You know that he would not want you to do that. We just need to bring him.
I know he's not what he'd want, but he's not really here to voice an objection, is he?
Ashilda would look up to Driaskar, asking for him to help her over to Alaric so she can gentle repose him.
Can he kill you if you did this?
I have to be fast, so Yuri, I hope you find out whatever it is you're trying to find. You could stop trying to deny you being here for once and be useful. You're better than you know, if you just realize it.
Please come. You can fly, right? You can take him there. You can fly him there.
And Siluril, I know you care about the Southlands as much as it's fallen, so please figure it out, solve it.
You hear Siluril yell out in Draconic the word Foss in your direction. And she just looks back to Driaskar.
Driaskar has his hammer, the head of it resting against the ground, both hands resting on the pommel. His focus was on Alaric, but hearing Kellen speak, his attention lifts up to look at Kellen. A long and very sturdy stare, unflinching, unmoving, the picture-perfect definition of stoicism. There is no objection from Driaskar.
He idolized you.
Shilde, I hope you find those trees. It would have meant a lot to me to see them.
Then see them!
Then see them. Let me just try and get him set for the way we can get him back and see what she can do. She has the materials. You're acting rashly.
Is that actually, like, logical sense? I ask of the DM.
Everything your companions have been saying does resonate. There is a moment where Driaskar finally moves. No longer this statuesque appearance, instead shifting, letting go of the hammer, and it would begin to fade. Turning his attention away from you for a moment, he'd look down to Silveril, sort of studying her expression. The wings along his back outstretching. Kellen, before you make this choice, we're going to call it here for tonight.
Ugh.
Fuck you.
Thank you guys so much for playing. We will pick this up next week on the 11th of August for episode 70. Thank you guys so much for playing. And thank you, chat, for watching. For as long as the players wish to stick around, you may ask any questions you have pertaining to the campaign, the characters, anything like that by highlighting your questions with your channel points.
When did this empty character sheet get to my room? What the fuck?
Shut up. Ugh.
Great session.
There is something very cursed about Alaric's death saving throws.
Honestly, I loved it.
It told the story.
You really did.
That's very kind of you, Ruffian. Thank you. That was very much, and not just me, that was everybody here.
I'm gonna have to rob his cooking kit of the salt because I need it for the spell.
Damn, okay, so I guess Alaric is going to be a revenant now.
Spawns with malicious intent.
Pretty much.
Rises back to become Iron Chef Tyros.
You'll do no such thing. Grabs her by her face like a squeaky toy.
You go through his sack and a fucking black portal slivers out from reality itself. Out steps just black and white Alaric with a hammer.
My soul.
Chef of the Iron Duke. Holy shit.
Yeah. Yep.
Listen, I need the salt to preserve your corpse for the way back.
How dare
Not
you.
my salt.
I knew you were a traitor all along.
Shut up and let me put these copper coins on your eyes.
Reckless attack. Reckless attack.
Oh my god.
Brand of the Iron Duke. I activate my Iron Duke hammer.
CR12. I was going to do a stupid, horny question for episode 69, but now the air is just too intense. God damn it.
Yeah, this was episode 69. This is supposed to be a silly episode. What
I
the fuck?
give everybody a thumbs up.
The joke is that we got fucked.
Yeah.
Oh,
clearly.
God.
How many combat points are we getting? They'll get their combat points when this concludes next week. But the tentative number is looking like 3. And I should say, when you get back to a town, you will be level 7.
So, DM, how about that one class I showed you?
You and I are going to have a talk.
Ooh.
A good talk or a bad talk?
We're going to have a talk.
Oh.
But when you all get back to town and long rest in either the Spires or Eliond, you will be level 7. Because it did not proc, because Siluril was a fucking tank, Siluril, you got your encounter ability, your bloodied ability called Wounded Dragon. Time to bring in Cull. He's peeling potatoes currently. Gonna have to watch the VOD for the rest because work, but man, it's a very intense episode. Question for all. Anybody gonna let Crown do the opening again after this?
I knew there was something.
When I volunteered.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, I would love to hear like the villain's notes on what we're doing. I
You-
love to hear like we go to Erms Ferry and it's like Joe Schmo. I met some weird fuckos walking into town the other day. It was crazy shit.
it was something I've been considering, and I think people forgot that very early on in the game, I was like, you can pick me for recounts, by the way. And I think only
I did
one
forget.
person picked me, and then it's just been this round robin between the players. And I was like, I want to do it today.
No, I did forget. I just know that picking you has consequences.
I think it was a great recount. It gave us a lot of perspective that we would have otherwise lacked.
True.
Now she super hates us.
She's
Good.
super fucked currently.
What can I say? But man, right after saying that to Leothric, my next thing was like, ooh, I should have mentioned his wife. She's right there.
Alaric
Points at
wanted to
wife.
talk to her. I had this whole idea where he would have offered her like redemption. Probably would have failed, but
Yeah, well, now you can talk to her in hell.
The
Yeah,
reason the
yes.
DC was 15 was because Onwin was there.
Yikes.
Oops.
So had Marana not done her Banshee's Light, this would be a very different situation. Had there been a lot of poor concordance rolls, this fight would have gone way different. You guys were fucking insane.
Yeah,
As you were.
no, I don't have anything to actually say.
Really? It would have been that much worse?
I think so, yeah.
We would be dead.
Would the DC be... Was the DC higher because of Onwin? Or lower because of Onwin's presence?
Lower because Onwin was here.
Giggle jingle!
Yeah, because he beseeched Leothric and Onwin was here, the DC went from 25 to 15. I just got here, but aside from Kellen's willingness to give his life for Alaric, would 5 people giving a piece of themselves for 1 life be enough? Great question. We'll figure that out next week. Did the Soul Grasp attack that the mouth did have any lasting impacts on the ability to potentially revive Alaric? Great question. We'll figure this out next week. Also, again, still gonna watch the VOD, but can't Marana speak to Alaric's spirit?
Next week. We'll figure that out next week.
I rattle Legion. What I can say for certain, we got fan art.
Oh my god.
We're going to show off this Marana piece. This is done by Seat. The chat democratically voted that Marana Lamortia becomes the next High Queen of Tyros.
Alfina and Connecticut Clark. Just... chef's kiss.
I thought Shane was gonna be the High King. What the fuck, guys?
Apparently that was everybody's vote. That was Legion's vote, except for the rest of chat. The rest of chat decided it's Marana. And she's going to resurrect, or she's going to bring out a ziggurat with a bunch of undead.
Woo! Necropolis time!
Ooh. We'll get through the fan art first before I ask that question, Skullthrone. This is another drawing by Inkley. This is the Zenith Ostrika, who is a fire giant from the Flea Mortals book. She's super fucking cool. Her main attack is to disengage and then do 3 unarmed attacks that literally burn your skin off. She's very neat. And then there's this amazing piece.
Roz's favorite hero.
This fucking sick ass piece. This like dynamic pose for the mouth of the Iron Duke, Ciliana, and her like showing the cosmos.
Why is she flashing me?
She a baddie. That's why.
Oh my god.
She built like a baddie. And then you have a show
Monologue this cunt.
Cosmos got me
Oh my
acting up.
god.
with Scorchin' Ray to start it off. Fantastic piece. I love how you drew Ciliana. Beautiful chef's kiss. I don't know if you're here, Inkley, but thank you. Thank you for this treat.
Damn, maybe I should join the mouth. Stars like those.
Well,
Well, now she's a horrible, malformed bear critter.
Just in time for Baldur's Gate.
Skullthrone asks, how are the players feeling? Sorry for the potential loss of a PC. It's hard for me as a DM to kill another player character, but sometimes the story demands blood. Also, fuck your dice rolls, bro. Those dice were not in the party's favor.
I am very fucked up right now.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked up.
I cried
Writing-
silently while I was quiet and wiped my tears and then made myself not sad anymore by substance abuse.
I feel like someone bit my heart with a hammer. And I still haven't even crossed the threshold of denial. You know what I mean? And I've got this weird headache that just won't go away. It's like a new headache that I unlocked. I never had a headache like this. Like there's a weird shadow cast over my head. It's rough.
It's the weird frustration. I have so many thoughts and feelings happening at once headache.
I don't think it's frustration. It's like a very difficult sense of closure, I would say. It's like that sort of aftermath of a moment of serene acceptance. Like the calm after the storm, but your room still looks fucked up because there was a storm. Because it's like the end of an era, right? It's like the closure of a chapter that has been constant in your life. And it's funny because when it ends, what comes to your head is the camaraderie, the shared laughter, the highs and lows of every moment. They sort of swirl in you. It's like this deep ache that tugs at your heart. But there's also that pride, right? That the character faced countless challenges, stared down monsters, and had a chance to, with their friends, rise to the occasion time and time again. It's like a story of resilience and triumph even in the face of an ultimate sacrifice. So yeah, it fucking hurts. But I guess it's a good kind of hurt. Somewhat.
Kellen, Silver.
I mean, are we just asking like how we feel about losing a party member, or sorry, my mind is it's late and my brain's like.
It's all good. Just asking your feelings currently.
I don't know. I was hoping to be able to channel the tree into some kind of resurrective property, but I didn't realize it would necessarily equal sacrifice either, which, you know, again, the character wouldn't really hesitate if that's what it required. but and also like everyone's also talking a lot of sense too. So I don't know if like he's just being stupid right now or if it's desperation or. Oh, yeah.
You know, these are the moments I love about D&D the most. Like this whirlpool of emotions that I sort of search for it on everyone here present. It's like a testament to the depth of the human experience. It's the joy, the pain, and the profound connection we can find within the realm of our imagination coming to its conclusion, and the grip it has on everyone. And honestly, it almost feels like a privilege to be able to experience this with all of you tonight. It was a great session, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Okay. I think that's a good place to call it. I know there's a bunch of questions, guys, but why don't we go ahead and save them for next week? I will answer the Death's Door mechanic because that's a video gaming mechanic. With your Death's Door rules applied, does the aura of protection from paladins?
I think that's the one that gives you the additional boost to saving throws.
You must be conscious to grant this bonus. Ooh, I don't believe so. Because it's the whole like Death's Door incapacitated thing. Like you're technically dying. But there might not be those benefits that come from it, but there are plenty of items and abilities that the players can get and have that affect Death's Door. So while a paladin ability like that might not be available all the time on Death's Door, they will probably have a different ability available to them. And like if they go to Death's Door with an aura type ability, like a bonus to their death saves and stuff like that, or certain abilities that proc when they're on Death's Door. So I think if it says you have to be conscious or not incapacitated, Death's Door is the answer to that. Like if you have to be conscious and you're on Death's Door, you don't get it. If you're incapacitated and you're on, or if it says until you're incapacitated and you go on Death's Door nullifies it. Hopefully that explained. If not, don't worry, brother. I do stream frequently. Come on in next time I stream, which will probably be this Sunday. And you'll be able to ask that again, and hopefully I'll have a better explanation for you. Why don't you guys go ahead and say goodbye to chat?
Bye, chat.
Night chat.
So long.
All right.
Goodbye, Chad.
I'll be back. Chat. Friends, companions. Oh, what a fucking night. Murderer? Yeah. There was a part of me that really considered just having her attack something else, having her attack a different creature, what have you, but some part of my brain just reiterated that point that the bad guys want to win too. And she knows how much of a threat Alaric is. She knows how much a threat he is if he's allowed to stay around. And her her wants was to sow as much chaos as possible, and killing Alaric was that thing. So she did what a villain would do, and she kicked him while he was down. Momo sounded really upset at the end there. I know she'll get over it, but sometimes a strong player reaction just reinforces the power of a strong moment. We'll give her her moment. We'll let her breathe. It's the death of a character is a hell of a thing. There's only been a handful of like legitimate player deaths or character deaths. And this is one of them. I don't think there's been this much, because Sunday is still going through the process. Sunday doesn't even know, like, the rest of the Sunday party doesn't even know that Snapjaw died in character, right? But Alaric, with them having been together for rolling up on almost 2 years now, it's a lot. This is a character people have, grown to know and love. So I can understand her feelings. And yet she's still broken in the end. Indeed. Ciliana left that fight. She could have left that fight much better in much better shape. She could have potentially left that fight, and the next fight would have been her at full hit points, full abilities, all of that stuff. Now she's going into the next fight fully wounded. She's going to start the next fight at half hit points. She's going to start the fight bloodied. So it's thanks to the party's quick thinking and their actions here, summoning so many, it's like so much help, that it was just a wild ride. I didn't know how the party was going to get out of this, and I am surprised how they did. Pleasantly surprised. And I think it made for a really fantastic moment. And I'm going to be honest, I super love Death's Door. There's just something about it that makes it feel so much better than just you go unconscious and then your turn's over. There's something just super intriguing. Like it feels way more gripping for a character to be on death's door than it is for them to just be laid out on the floor. A new story beat arises and awakens. Villains do be villaining. DD, baby. Cometh the fall, and came the fall. Yep. As it says there on the banners, cometh the fall of man. That's it for me tonight, guys. I hope that you guys have a fantastic night. We're going to do all the plugs. Hello. Welcome. I'm the Crown DM. I'm a 5th edition Dungeon Master who runs games in his own homebrew setting, the world of Adis. What you just saw was Cometh the Fall, our Friday game at 7 p.m. CST. It is a high fantasy game with lots of magic and a very powerful party. These guys are kitted out with magic items, with equipment, all of that stuff. They can summon angels. This is a very high fantasy game. We have another game at Sunday at 11 a.m. CST. It's called Tales of Sunfall. It is our Darkest Dungeon inspired game. It is where Death's Door comes from. We have stress, we have Darkest Dungeon monsters, we have Darkest Dungeon items, all of those things over there. So if you're interested, tune in. We stream every Tuesday and Wednesday outside of game day. Those are TPK Tuesday and World Building Wednesday, where we do general sort of maintenance, monster creation, magic item making, and all of the like. So if that interests you, why not, join the Discord for notifications of when I go live, or follow the Twitter. Or maybe you want to watch the VODs. Well, you can do so over on our YouTube, and why not consider giving it a subscribe? As well, some final ones. If you want to get your hands on some Death's Door mechanics yourself, this month on Patreon, I will be releasing the Death's Door mechanic for the Tier 3 patrons, who get all of the homebrew content, all of that fun stuff. And maybe you want to get your hands on some of the maps you saw. Well, the Pale Tree map is available on Patreon as one of our as our Tier 2 sub. It's one of the bonus maps we did in the very first months. So if you want to get your hands on some custom-made maps in Incarnate made by yours truly, you can get them there. We have a 6-part dungeon map, 4 city maps, and we're going to be releasing some forest maps this month as well, some forest encounter maps. And that's it. All of the plugs. Without you guys, I would not be able to do the things that I love, which is Dungeons and Dragons. So thank you guys so much for all of the lurkers, all of the chatters, everybody who subscribed, and especially my patrons. Thank you guys so much. I hope you guys have a fantastic night. I hope you take care of yourselves. Hug your loved ones. Tell them that you love them. If you haven't called them in a while, call them. I will see you all later. Goodbye, chat.